Scorpion-like woman. Scorpion-like woman. Finger Fox the girl had a very long braid draped over her bosom. After jumping in the air, she slumped towards the ground. However, just as she was about to hit the ground, her pair of snow-white feet lightly touched the ground, and she steadily came to a stop. Filled with a hostile look, the beautiful ice-cold girl's blue eyes stared upon Qinxiang. The braid hanging over her bosom surprisingly had a purple-colored sharp hook at its end. It appeared to very dangerous, like a poisonous hook on a scorpion's tail. Have you learned the suppressing devil divine exercise? The eye with the purple scorpion tattoo twitched as the blue-eyed girl coldly asked. Along with the aura emanating from her, Qinxiang felt extremely uncomfortable. Yes. Once Qinxiang's voice fell, at lightning speed, the girl's foot fiercely swept over. Such a charming foot surprisingly erupted with a completely destructive power, which ruthlessly lashed upon Qinxiang's cheek. Qinxiang only felt a burning sensation on his cheek before a fearsome impact raided him over. His body could not help but flew out from the impact and crash on the cave walls. Upon those rugged stone walls of the mountain belly, a dent riddled with many cracks appeared. Puff! Qinxiang spewed a mouthful of blood. This girl was far stronger than he had imagined. He guessed that she must at least be in the extreme state. He didn't expect that after he broke the obelisk he would unexpectedly unseal and release such a powerful figure. If the suppressing devil divine exercise had not told him to do so, why would he even care to blow the obelisk for nothing? He was regretting it now. Only with this much skill. The blue-eyed girl coldly asked. She lightly tapped the ground, and her body was like a smoke as it floated towards Qinxiang. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of him, and before he could do anything, both of her feet continuously sent flying kicks, which thereupon landed on Qinxiang. At the moment, Qinxiang was already embedded into the stone wall. He could do nothing but suffer those frightening attacks. Little girl, do not challenge my limit. Qinxiang was fuming in anger. Suddenly, universe true qi started surging from his dantian, impacting every part of his body, as if it was sweeping the pain in the various parts of his body. His bones made a loud crackling noise, while the universe true qi coursed through his entire body. His entire body was filled with a terrifying amount of power. Like lightning, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a hold of the blue-eyed girl's bare foot. He vigorously squeezed his hand, only to hear the tender yet furious cries coming from the girl. When Qinxiang was just about to crush the girl's tender, jade-like foot, her long braid, like a scorpion's tail, attacked him. The sharp purple hook was glistening in a strange yet sinister aura as it plunged towards his chest. The blue-eyed girl's long braid was just like a part of her body. It was very flexibly controlled by her as she so desired. When the sharp purple hook at the end of that long braid was about to ick Qinxiang's chest, he gave a stifling shout before forcefully flinging the girl, or else he would be ked by that sharp purple hook. Qinxiang felt that this purple hook may very well be the most dangerous point of the girl. He felt it was no different than any poisonous scorpion's tail. Father has let you out, yet instead of feeling grateful, you are even trying to kill me. You ungrateful bee. You better not let me get a hold of you, or I will K you at least 100 times. Qinxiang wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He was burning in anger, but he could only swear to vent his feelings. The blue-eyed girl's face turned as white as snow. In a trembling voice, she said, You dirty man, you dare to curse me with such vulgar words. While speaking, with a flicker, her tender figure once again flushed towards Qinxiang. This girl's agility technique was extremely strange. It was quick as well as light, so fast that it was impossible to track her. However, Qinxiang was also cultivating SHI plus into, as he spread his divine sense Every smallest movement in his field was within his grasp. Sensing the blue-eyed girl, bouncing left and right, charging at him, a smile appeared on his face. The exact moment when he sensed that she was just about to arrive, he mercilessly blasted a transforming bone devil palm at her. Bang! A sonorous explosion resounded in the mountain belly, which was immediately followed by the shaking of the mountain. The mountain belly was riddled with cracks. But Chun Xiang, on the contrary, was left surprised because his attack had not sent the girl flying as he had imagined. Much to his dismay, there was not even a bit of injury on her. Chun Xiang took a glance at the channel from where he had arrived. After all, he had used the transforming bone devil palm a moment ago, but that mysterious force which could melt the bones had unexpectedly no effect on this girl. He realized the strength disparity among them. Now his best option was to flee from her. That was the transforming bone devil palm. From whom did you learn it from? The blue-eyed girl's voice was carrying a trace of surprise. Noticing that Chun Xiang wanted to run, she waved her tender hands before a black aura shot out from her palm, landing dead right above the cave entrance. Before you know it, the entrance had been blocked by the stones. Chun Xiang didn't reply. When Bai Yu had taught him, he promised Bai Yu that it was going to remain a secret. Even on his deathbed, he was not allowed to speak. The blue-eyed girl, upon seeing that Chun Xiang was not replying, didn't pry for an answer, and once again launched a swift and violent assault. Her offense was quite overbearing. She used both of her fists and feet, and occasionally she would thrust at Chun Xiang's chest using the sharp purple hook. The blue-eyed girl was getting stronger and stronger by the minute. Chun Xiang reckoned it must be due to her gradually recovering her strength after her seal was dispelled, which simply rendered him unable to fight back. He could only try laying out the black tortoise luotian cover to defend, but not long after it burst into a mist. What was troubling Chun Xiang the most was the purple hook on her braid. He held no doubt that if that purple hook pierced his chest, it would certainly gouge out his heart. Chun Xiang began fighting back. Just when the girl smacked a palm at him, he countered it with a fist. At the same time, he fired the ice spirit devil aura. Last time he had used the same trick to defeat Xiao Chou of the Herculean family. Ice spirit devil aura. The blue-eyed girl exclaimed and withdrew her attack before taking a few steps back. With her ice-cold blue eyes, she sternly stared at Chun Xiang. Did Bai Yu taught you these? Chun Xiang was flabbergasted. To his dismay, the blue-eyed girl had accurately guessed the source of the ice spirit devil aura. Looking at Chun Xiang's expression, the blue-eyed girl sneered, "She is actually not dead!" While speaking, she once again started her relentless attack on Chun Xiang. Along with the recovery of blue-eyed girl strength, it was getting more and more difficult for Chun Xiang to resist. Chun Xiang knew Su Meiyao and Bai Yu had one powerful foe. It was precisely that foe who had crippled them. He suspected that this girl may very well be that foe. If it was said that Chun Xiang was struggling to resist before, then now he was taking a fair share of beating. The blue-eyed girl was getting stronger. "Little dragon, lend me your power. I'm going to make sure she have one deep, unforgettable memory." Chun Xiang in his heart shouted. At this time, he felt an incredibly hot feeling originating from his left arm. Long Shui was transferring her power to him. Even though after he drew support from Long Shui, he would feel an excruciating pain. But now he was boiling in anger. He threw everything at the back of his mind, feeling the incredible strength in his left arm. Chun Xiang felt as if he was possessed by a heavenly Ji, OD. With a furious roar and the speed of lightning, he thrust his palm towards the blue-eyed girl's bosom. Chun Xiang soon felt a big yet soft and rich elastic ma. S in his hand, which he clutched tightly. The blue-eyed girl was shocked. She screamed in shame and anger, then shouted at Chun Xiang, "Take your dirty hands off me! I'm going to make a mince meat out of your hand." While shouting, she mindlessly punched and kicked at Chun Xiang. However, Chun Xiang did not let it go. Not only that, but he also squirmed his fingers. Suddenly, a red blade, like a crescent moon, appeared in the blue-eyed girl's hand. Seeing Qin Xiang's arm was about to be cut, Bai Yuyu coldly shouted, "Stop!" Hearing Bai Yuyu's voice, the blue-eyed girl stopped her attack. Qin Xiang, too, withdrew his hands. Although it was very painful, the feeling he got from his hands was quite exhilarating. Qin Xiang's vulgar act, by using her power, had made Long Xuei despise Qin Xiang. However, she was also feeling contented, for she too enjoyed that kind of feeling. "Humph! Princess Wuqing, it's really you." The blue-eyed girl's voice was Briming with anger. She kept on staring at Qin Xiang. Her blue eyes were filled with a grim aura, as if she could not wait to hack Qin Xiang into pieces. Devil Scorpion Princess. Devil Scorpion Princess. Finger Fox, the blue-eyed girl, was unlike any evil demon from the demon domain, yet the devil chi on her was exceptionally heavy. Qin Xiang reckoned that she was from the devil domain. Qin Xiang suspected Bai Yuyu to be from the devil domain long ago. However, much to his surprise, she turned out to be a famous princess of the devil domain. Her antecedents were clearly extraordinary. Bai Yuyu came out of the ring, garbed in simple white skirt and tunic. She gave off the impression of being holy and pure. No one could say that she belonged to the devil domain or cultivated any sort of devil exercise. Even though she appeared to be very weak now, the imposing aura exuding from her body was in no way weak. Her ice-cold pretty eyes that were filled with a hint of a strange aura glanced at the blue-eyed female. "Princess Purple Scorpion, you still haven't died? Why did you attack him? From what I can remember, you have given up on cultivating the ruthless devil exercise. You are not someone who will kill innocents indiscriminately, much less someone who has released you." Bai Yu's voice was even colder than the Princess Purple Scorpion, such coldness that could make others feel cold. At this moment, Qin Xiang was extremely puzzled. Bai Yuyu was referred as Princess Wuqing, and the blue-eyed female was Princess Purple Scorpion. But why were they called as such? Is their father some emperor in the devil domain? Sister Mei Yao, what's the connection between her and Sister Yu? What is their background? Qin Xiang asked, "Don't ask too much, just wait and watch." Su Meiyao didn't tell Qin Xiang anything, even though she knew that Qin Xiang could very well tell that their background was truly extraordinary. However, she still didn't have any intention to tell Qin Xiang too much. Prince Purple Scorpion looked at Qin Xiang, nibbled on her lips, and said, "I want to kill this bee. Astard. Even 1,000 deaths would not be enough to subside my anger. He actually dared to do such thing to me. I really want to kill him." "Pooh." Qin Xiang spat the blood in his mouth and said, "Humph, who told you to not be grateful and instead attacked me? Even a desperate dog will jump off the wall, let alone a human. This is what you brought upon yourself. At most, I can let you touch mine in return." Princess Purple Scorpion shouted in anger and was about to charge at Qin Xiang, but she was stopped by Bai Yuyu. "Bai Ziqian, there is still a powerful guy outside. Not to mention, you're not at your best now. It is not the time to waste your strength." Bai Yuyu's voice was solemn, which made Bai Ziqian immediately stop her action. Otherwise, she definitely would have beaten Qin Xiang for a while. "Princess Wuqing, although I don't know why you have such a big bet on this rascal, you must have your own reason. Are you going to return to the devil domain with me?" Bai Ziqian asked. Her complexion had now eased a lot. "No, I've my own plans." Bai Yuyu shook her head. "You've changed. I think you should not need this tea. It's not you. Have you dispersed your power? Why is your current aura so weak?" Upon discovering her situation, Bai Ziqian said with a frown. She immediately took hold of Bai Yuyu's wrist. "Your injuries are actually so serious. What about your junior sister? She can't be dead, otherwise she would have definitely saved you." Although Bai Ziqian's voice was now cold as ice, Qin Xiang could still discover that she was very much concerned about Bai Yuyu, which was also quite clear from the look in her eyes. Bai Yuyu sighed lightly, but her voice remained as cold as ice. You don't need to be so concerned about me. I know how to walk my own path. Bai Ziqian closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, You best take care of yourself. Because of you, I'll let this brat off the hook this time. Initially, I just wanted to try his strength. But who knew that this brat was actually a rogue? Chun Xiang was furious. He suddenly shouted, Your sister is a rogue. A girl like you hitting others is a rogue, you. Bai Yu suddenly pulled Chun Xiang and said in a low voice, I'm her sister. Chun Xiang suddenly swallowed his next words. Much to his surprise, this scorpion-like girl turned out to be Bai Yu's sister. Until now, he suspected that this devil scorpion princess must have a close relations. I+P with Bai Yu. But how could he have known that they were related by blood? What made Chun Xiang speechless was the fact that after both sisters saw each other in such a long while, they surprisingly remained cold. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely cry in tears and hug his brother or sister. Chun Xiang, after finding that Bai Yu had relatives, he felt secretly happy for her. Before, he believed that Bai Yu neither had any family nor any friends. Brat, let me tell you, if it was someone else during the fight, he would have long been poisoned to death by me. Bai Ziqian coldly snorted. However, she was taken aback by the fact that Chun Xiang could actually cultivate the suppressing devil divine exercise. She very much understood her sister, Bai Yu. She knew Bai Yu had invested a lot of effort in this little rascal, or else she would not have set on such powerful devil techniques to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang sneered. Father is cultivating the suppressing devil divine exercise and is invulnerable to poison. If you can poison me, I'll kneel down and kowtow to admit I was wrong. However, if you can't poison me, Bai Ziqian, of course, didn't believe that she couldn't poison Chun Xiang. First of all, she didn't know too much about the suppressing devil divine exercise. She only knew that it was quite lethal to the devil domain's cultivators. Most of all, she was too confident about her poison. If I can't poison you to death, then I'll. Bai Yu quickly pulled her. Bai Ziqian, forget about it. You will absolutely fall in his hand. Bai Yu had witnessed Chun Xiang, had taken advantage of many women resorting to the same methods. She didn't want her own sister to be taken advantage by Chun Xiang. Wuqing, are you doubting my strength? Bai Ziqian didn't believe in hearsay. Chun Xiang was having a little difficulty in understanding their relations. I+P. Obviously, the two were sisters, and yet they were shouting each other's name. It seemed that both of them were not related by blood. As you, Wisconsin H. Plus, Bai Yu coldly snorted. Her sister was not paying any heed to her advice. She could only let her suffer a loss for her to realize it. Besides the similar disposition of Bai Ziqian and Bai Yu, there weren't any other similarities. There was a remarkable disparity between their appearances. Bai Ziqian had blue eyes with a purple scorpion tattoo at the corner of her eye. A whip was hung at her waist. She had a charm of her own, but her beautiful face was as cold as ice. Bai Yu, on the other hand, was an ice-cold fairy. Her elegant and aloof temperament and the peerless, beautiful face had an elegance in her own way. Her beauty could ruin and overturn a nation. Since the very first time he saw her, Chun Xiang had been completely enthralled by her. Chun Xiang kept on staring at Bai Yu. In his heart, he was having a good laugh. He sneered and said, If you can't poison me, then what are you going to do? At that time, I'll be at your disposal. You can do anything you want of me. Bai Ziqian confidently replied. She had complete confidence in her poison. Let alone, Chun Xiang was not even in the extreme state. Even if it was a Nirvana realm expert, she could easily put him down. You have not completely recovered your strength. Bai Yu already knew the result. Chun Xiang was going to win for sure. So what? It's sufficient to deal with this brat. Bai Ziqian, while speaking, charged at Chun Xiang. Suddenly, her jade-like palm was completely wrapped in black qi. It was nothing but poisonous. I have a heavenly poison body. In other words, my entire body is poisonous. If others want to touch me, So long as I didn't withdraw the poison, no matter how formidable he is, he will be poisoned from just touching my body. I'm going to use the weakest poison. Though it cannot kill you, it will be enough to put you down. Bai Ziqian, while speaking, lightly smacked a palm at Qin Xiang, which landed upon Qin Xiang's arm. Qin Xiang smiled and said, "Do you know what I'm thinking at the moment?" "What are you thinking?" Bai Ziqian subconsciously asked. "I'm thinking of what I'm going to do to you. You're definitely going to lose. Your poison can't even penetrate my skin." Qin Xiang laughed as the poisonous qi was stopped by the black tortoise adamantle armor. Invulnerable to poison. Invulnerable to poison, Finger Fox. Thanks for everyone's concern. I'm fit and fine, just moved to a new flat. I was basically busy with all the daily routines and my job. Contrary to what Bai Ziqian had imagined, Qin Xiang didn't fall down and was even able to laugh and talk, which made it difficult for her to understand. She secretly clenched her teeth and released even more poisonous qi, yet not even a bit of poison could invade Qin Xiang's body. Although these poisonous qi would automatically drill into his pores, but they would immediately be spilled back out right after. Evidently, something was rejecting the poisonous qi. "Hey, haven't I said? I have learned the suppressing devil divine exercise, and I'm invulnerable to poison. You still don't believe?" Qin Xiang laughed and asked. Bai Ziqian refused to believe. She coldly said, "Impossible. My poisonous qi can destroy your body directly, let alone your weak body. Even if it was someone with a 20th level immortal and devil body, it would still be difficult for him to resist my poison. Aren't you using some secret method to resist my poison?" Qin Xiang spread his hands, smiled, and said, "Even if I was using some secret method, doesn't it mean that your poison is useless? Hey, do you want to throw in the towel?" Bai Ziqian would like to try again, but when she thought of how much of her poisonous qi failed to poison Qin Xiang, she could only concede. She hurled her head and gave a cold snort. From the look on her face, it was quite evident that she remained unconvinced. "What about the poison in that purple hook? Do you have its antidote?" Qin Xiang looked at the hook that was S-H-I plus Ning in a bizarre purple aura. He was secretly curious. He reckoned that it must be most toxic venom in Bai Ziqian Arasino. He didn't know what was the heavenly poison body. However, he knew that her whole body was poisonous. He wanted to try whether the suppressing devil golden body was truly invulnerable to poison or not. Bai Yuyu was shocked. She quickly came forward to stop the fight. "That purple hook is very toxic. Although it can be cured, at the very least you will not be able to move for 1 month." Bai Ziqian nodded her head. "It's true. I have the antidote with me. Even if I gave it to you in time, it will take at least 1 month for you to expel the poison. Moreover, during this month, you will suffer an excruciating pain." Bai Yuyu's complexion turned ugly. A hint of fear flashed past her eyes. "I've experienced it firsthand. Once I was not careful and was ked by that hook. It was very painful." Bai Ziqian found it preposterous that Qin Xiang could resist that kind of poisonous qi. That was why she intended to throw in the towel. She didn't want Qin Xiang to try the poison on the purple hook. Even though she appeared to be ominous and cold, she noticed that Qin Xiang was her sister's hope, and no matter what, she didn't want to ruin her hope. From the very beginning, Bai Yuyu and Bai Ziqian, these two sisters believed that Qin Xiang would be scared by the poisonous hook, but who knew that an excited look would appear on his face when looking at the purple poisonous hook. Qin Xiang, in order to thoroughly convince, Bai Ziqian fiercely grabbed the long braid draped over her bosom and ked his wrist by that purple hook. The two beautiful sisters had never imagined this kind of situation, and when they wanted to stop him, it was already too late. It all happened in an instant. Bai Ziqian quickly took out a purple dan and handed it to Qin Xiang. "Quickly take it. Recovery might take a while. Although this kind of poison can't kill you in an instant, it will bring you an excruciating pain. It is inside your blood vessels. The venom has already spread to your whole body. Bai Ziqiang said with a frown. Her voice sounded extremely anxious. Qin Xiang didn't take the antidote. He calmly smiled. Your poison seemed to have no effect on me. Chen Xiang was unafraid of some pain. He had tempered his body in the furnace, in the immortal and devil pool, not to mention the torture he had undergone to that old madman, his teacher. Facing some pain was just common for him. That was also why he dared to try. What? Nothing? Do you not feel extremely cold? Doesn't your whole body feel as if it had been stabbed by tons of ice needles, even the head? Bai Ziqian was taken by surprise. She couldn't help but ask. Bai Yuyu, too, had an inconceivable look hanging on her face. Previously, she heard Qin Xiang say that he was invulnerable to poison because of the suppressing devil golden body, but she had confidence in her sister's poisoned hook. Every person in the heavenly realm dreaded that kind of poison, let alone Qin Xiang, this true martial realm little man. Qin Xiang pursed his lips as a grin appeared on his face. I'm not feeling anything. If you don't believe me, I can try it again for you. Thus, under the eyes of dumbfounded cold sisters, Qin Xiang once again grabbed the purple poisonous hook at the end of the braid and I see, cut his wrists. Moreover, this time he stabbed it even deeper and kept it under his skin for a long time. If he didn't want Bai Ziqian to be thoroughly convinced, Qin Xiang didn't need to do torture himself. Currently, he had removed the black tortoise adamantal armor so that the poisonous hook could stab into his flesh and blood. However, he still didn't feel anything. After Qin Xiang had removed the poisonous hook from his wrist, he wiped the hook cleanly and played around with it. Nothing happened to him. Not even a bit. Looking at this, the sisters were shocked out of their wits. They were completely speechless. Is there poison left in your purple hook? Bai Yuyu took a deep breath, calmed herself down before asking. It is poisonous. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Bai Ziqian was now thoroughly convinced that Qin Xiang was indeed invulnerable to poison. She coldly harumphed and pulled her braid back. Apart from her, Qin Xiang was the only person in the whole world who can play with the poisonous hook like this. Qin Xiang smiled and said, Now are you convinced completely? What do you want me to do? If you want me to die, I'll die. Bai Ziqian coldly said. When she spoke, her calm and composed look left Qin Xiang surprised. Much to his surprise, she happened to be so straight and decisive. Little rascal, she is my elder sister. You better handle it well. Bai Yuyu gave him a glare, which suddenly poured cold water right on all Qin Xiang's eagerness to create trouble. Qin Xiang slightly sighed. A while ago he had so vigorously grabbed the big rabbit of hers. He had taken advantage of her so cheaply. All right, from now on you'll address Sister Yuyu as younger sister. Then he turned to Bai Yuyu and said, Sister Yu, you too will address her with proper formalities. You'll call her elder sister. Now that will be more like a family. I truly can't understand you. Qin Xiang noticed the two were looking at each other with a complex look in their eyes. He urged, Is it that difficult? Sister Yuyu, my condition is very loose. Bai Ziqian faintly let out a sigh, affectionately looked at Bai Yuyu, and gently said, Younger. Younger sister. At this very moment, Bai Yuyu's eyes turned moist. 2 lines of tear fell and trickled down her face as she threw herself into the arms of Bai Ziqian. She sobbingly said, Elder sister. Bai Ziqian, too, started crying. She tightly embraced Bai Yuyu. The 2 girls tightly held onto each other as they broke into tears, which made it difficult for Qin Xiang to understand, because he felt that it was only normal to address each other like this. Inside the ring, Su Meiyao laughed and said, Little rascal, you're really something. Well done. Qin Xiang laughed and said, Why don't you give me a reward then? How about giving me a kiss or taking a bath with me? Pooh! Why are they acting like this? Qin Xiang doubtfully asked, Can't you understand from their characters? Since childhood, they grew up in a very cruel environment. Their father was very formidable, He had many wives, at least over 100. As for sons and daughter, it is needless to say. They were born to the same mother, right after their birth. Both of them were thrown in a place where they underwent brutal methods of cultivation. They didn't get the chance to see their mother, not even once. Their mother had a cold constant eye, Tushin. That's why both of them were born with the extreme in divine vein, and both had a pair, in order to turn them into a vicious and ruthless devil princess. Since childhood, they were not allowed to act like sisters. They could only call each other by name or their tli. They were not allowed to have any feelings. However, finally they encountered their mother. Their mother happened to be an extremely strong martial artist, and since then she was secretly communicating with them and gradually planted a seed of kindness in their hearts. That's why they were unlike their other brothers and sisters. Chan Xiang did not expect that they have such a father. He actually treated his sons and daughter as tools. This made him extremely furious. The environment they grew up in was very cruel. Even if they had a pretty good talent, they could still be easily killed. Moreover, killed by someone who had the same blood flowing as them. Their own blood relatives. Su Meiyao's voice started to turn angry. Then, Chen Xiang wanted to know more about Bai Yuyu. Finally, their mother was killed by a woman. Their father died during the last great battle of the Three Realms. Su Meiyao didn't go on. She found out that she had said too much. A rare smile. Finger Fox Su Meiyao didn't come out, but Chen Xiang obtained one very crucial information. Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao were someone who had experienced the great battle of the Three Realms 100,000 years back. In other words, their strength was very terrifying, far more than he had imagined. Qin Xiang was not stupid. After some line of thinking, very soon he was able to deduce that the person who lured Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao to the Immortal and Devil Cliff was very likely the same woman who had murdered Bai Yuyu's mother. However, for the sake of some blood pact, that woman had not killed Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu. She just stripped off their clothes, took their everything, and injured them heavily. Don't think too much. You're currently facing the fast-approaching great catastrophe. It's nothing you can joke about. You need to focus on that. Su Meiyao let out a light sigh. Bai Yuyu and Bai Ziqian, the two hugged for a long time, also cried enough in their lifetime. They both looked at Qin Xiang with a gratified look in their eyes. Don't worry, Sister Yu is my benefactor. If not for her, I won't be standing here. Qin Xiang waved his hand and said, Elder sister, what are you planning to do next? Bai Yuyu asked, I'll go back. The great battle of the Three Realms is about to start. I've been sealed for 100,000 years. I must restore my strength as soon as I go back. I've missed last time. This time, I'm not going to miss it again. I will not let those demon domain guys go. Bai Ziqian ruthlessly said, imprisoned for 100,000 years. Chen Xiang reckoned that when the suppressing devil divine exercise fell to the mortal world, she was suppressed here. Sister Ziqian, who imprisoned you down here, when I learned the suppressing devil divine exercise, it reminded me to break the obelisk, and that's why you were able to come out. Qin Xiang could not help but stare at Bai Ziqian's chest, which not too long ago had been ruthlessly kneaded by him. Thinking of this point, Bai Yuyu suddenly plus mirrored in anger. However, she knew Qin Xiang was not a bad guy, and he was also her benefactor. It was all because of him that she and her younger sister were able to break past that one barrier in their relations. H-I+P, leading them to finally accept each other. I don't know who that guy was. I only know that the suppressing devil divine exercise originated from his hands. And as I was defeated by someone who had the suppressing devil divine exercise once, I sought him out to discuss the suppressing devil divine exercise. I wanted to know why in the BL did I lose? When Bai Ziqian spoke till here, her whole face was red in anger. Yet the look in her eyes was completely opposite. There was a sliver of fear in them. Using just one finger, that guy had defeated me, and so I agreed to be sealed inside the giant obelisk and was imprisoned until today. Bai Ziqian suffered defeat under a finger. The owner of that finger was terrifying indeed. Even Long Shui was feeling surprised. Someone's here. It's the double-headed worm. Long Shui said with disgust. Chen Xiang hastily told Bai Ziqian, the double-headed snake demon is coming. We have created no small commotion earlier. This guy must be coming here because of that. Double-headed snake demon? I'll take care of it. After I've dealt with it, I'll take my leave. Bai Ziqian indifferently said. Seeing such confidence coming from Bai Ziqian, Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Sister Ziqian, not only are you beautiful, you are also so formidable. Thank you for your help. Bai Ziqian harumphed lightly, but Chen Xiang's compliments had put him in her good grace. At least in her opinion, Chen Xiang was the first person to compliment her. Generally, others upon seeing her, they would either avoid her like a plague or attack brutally, and if not then they would not dare to raise their head, not to mention speak anything to her. Now she knew why Bai Yu placed all her hopes on Chen Xiang, because she even thought that Chen Xiang had a strange kind of charisma, which was totally unlike anyone else. Sister Ziqian, where are you going? How about you stay here for a couple of days? Chen Xiang walked over to Bai Ziqian and took Bai Ziqian's jade-like hand and said, while shaking her hand, Please stay a few days to accompany Sister Yu. No, my time is very tight. If I'm not wrong, that Su surnamed seductress is certainly beside her. They are totally inseparable. Bai Ziqian firmly declined as she threw Chen Xiang's hands away. She had a strange kind of feeling. She did not expect that a man would actually take the initiative to pull her hand. Chen Xiang was very curious why Su Meiyao did not come out to meet an old friend. Surprisingly, she nested inside the ring. Bai Ziqian was indeed in a hurry. She lightly waved her hand as a giant cave appeared before her, yet it didn't produce the slightest vibration or even an iota of broken stones. Chen Xiang was stupefied by her strength. He reckoned that such a feat would be impossible for Gu Dongqin. As the giant cave opened wide, Chen Xiang and the others could see the group of half-human, half-beast creatures outside. Bai Ziqian, on seeing this, slightly frowned. The demon domain creatures are so ugly. Go to H-E-L-L. While speaking, her cold and empty voice sound burst out with sonic waves one after another which shook the air as they rippled through the cave up to the other end. Chen Xiang felt as if the S-P-A-C in front of him was distorting. Those countless of evil demons were smashed to pieces under those S-P-A-C ripples. They didn't even have the chance to let out a final cry before they die. It only lasted an instant, yet the evil demons in front had been wiped out by Bai Ziqian. Chen Xiang's jaw dropped. This scared the H-E-L out of Chen Xiang, his hands involuntarily seized by Yu Yu's jade-like hand. He was utterly terrified. Only the double-headed snake demon remained standing in front. His two hideous heads were BRIMMING with fear. His whole body was laden with wounds. Although he had survived, his big body had been torn by that power. Bai Ziqian, seeing the dreading appearance of Chen Xiang, felt very happy. In a flash, her figure disappeared and reappeared behind the double-headed snake demon. Her pair of jade-like palms burst out with a purple chi, which completely wrapped her palms as she struck towards its two heads. After her pair of palms landed on the two heads, purple blood suddenly overflowed. At the same time, Bai Ziqian flung her purple hook as it penetrated the double-headed snake demon's chest. Seeing the double-headed snake demon suddenly lying on the ground while letting out heartbreaking shrills, everyone had Guseb. You, MPS. My poison is still useful. Bai Ziqian proved that she still had poison on her hook. Thereby, she smacked a palm against the double-headed snake demon as it blasted into nothing. Not even a dreg remained. The double-headed snake demon was at least in the Nirvana realm. Yet he was so easily killed by Bai Ziqian. This kind of departure was very daunting to Chen Xiang. Sister Yu, your elder sister, is very powerful. Chen Xiang let go of Bai Yu's hands, which made Bai Yu coldly snort. Glancing at the redness that was left on her jade-like hands due to being tightly grabbed by Chen Xiang, she snorted and said, "Truly useless. This is just the tip of the iceberg." With a flash, Bai Ziqian arrived beside Bai Yuyu and coldly looked at Qin Xiang. "If you dare to bully my sister, I will certainly peel your skin." After she finished threatening Qin Xiang, Bai Ziqian warmly looked at Bai Yuyu and hugged her before gently speaking. "Younger sister, elder sister has to leave now. If I stay here for a long time, my power will be restricted and my strength will also decline. I am afraid that we will only see each other during the great battle of the three realms. Please forgive me, because I cannot stay here with you." Bai Yuyu said in a gentle tone, "Sister, it doesn't matter. I have a friend with me here. All my life, I am truly happy now. I now realized what's the meaning of life. You don't need to worry about me." Bai Yuyu glanced at Qin Xiang and smiled. She showed a beautiful smile. Chen Xiang thought that the best thing he had obtained during this trip was that smile. It was a kind of smile which was full of pa-s, shone for the future, and ardent love for life. Qin Xiang felt that Bai Yuyu didn't need to disperse the ruthless devil exercise because currently the 7 emotions and 6 desires were now completely engraved on her soul. Qin Xiang also smiled to her. It was a very jovial smile coming right from the heart. Su Meiyao and Long Shui also smiled similarly. Gathering of experts. Gathering of experts. Finger Fox, upon noticing that her younger sister had changed a lot, Bai Ziqian was extremely happy. Although she knew it was all accredited to Qin Xiang, yet to this little devil, Qin Xiang, she coldly snorted. She was still feeling a little pain in her chest. If someone else had done such a vulgar thing, she would have certainly tortured him for a good several thousands of years before finally killing him. "Younger sister, if possible, please let go of the ruthless devil exercise now." Bai Ziqian wiped the tears on Bai Yuyu's face. Everyone has their own fragile side. The same was true even for the iceberg beauty Bai Yuyu. She was reluctant to part with her elder sister. "It's not needed. The ruthless devil exercise doesn't pose a threat to me at the moment. I also might not be able to practice it." Bai Yuyu shook her head. Bai Ziqian heaved a light sigh and said, "Then you have to be careful. Elder sister will leave now. We will meet again later." Bai Yuyu nodded her head, gave a smile to Bai Ziqian and said, "Elder sister, goodbye." Bai Ziqian kissed her forehead, smiled and waved her hand. Immediately a tear appeared before her as she stepped into the rift and disappeared. It was quite rare to see Bai Yuyu acting like a little girl. It could be regarded as an eye-opener for Qin Xiang. After Bai Ziqian left, Qin Xiang imitated Bai Yuyu's ordinary girl-like shy tone and said, "Elder sister, goodbye." Listening to this, Su Meiyao burst into laughter, while Bai Yuyu tenderly harumphed and rushed over to Qin Xiang and smacked him before returning to the ring. "Is this SPAC tear?" Qin Xiang looked at the gradually disappearing rift and said with emotions, "One day you can also do it." Bai Yuyu replied. Now she turned a lot more lively, though she still had a cold look on her face. However, it was because she had lived like that for so many years, and it was not going to change now. But at least while talking to Qin Xiang, her tone is a lot warmer such that it didn't make anyone else feel repugnant. Even if she remained the same, no one would find her detestable as she was still a big beauty and her voice was pleasant to hear. Currently, Qin Xiang was finding it a little difficult in getting used to her new change. Qin Xiang now remembered that he had already spent more than 3 months in here. Although a lot more evil demons had arrived in these 3 months, they had all been annihilated by Bai Ziqian, which relieved a lot of pressure from Qin Xiang. He turned into a little bird and traced his road back. Once in a while he would chirp because he was feeling happy and also he was enjoying the break he was getting while flying. "Sister Meiyao, why didn't you come out to meet Sister Ziqian?" Qin Xiang asked. "There is a little problem between us. That's why I didn't want to meet her." Su Meiyao tenderly harumphed as she replied, "What problem? Can you tell me?" Qin Xiang curiously asked. "Cannot." Su Miao flatly refused, which made Qin Xiang even more curious. He knew it was going to be like this, but he still wanted to give it a try. Qin Xiang flew out of the 100,000 Devil Mountain. Although many of those evil demons had been killed, in the future more would arrive. Moreover, the large formation was still active. However, as the double-headed snake demon was already dead, there was no one to control the array. The barrier would now slowly lose its effect. He was now regretting that he didn't ask Bai Ziqian to destroy it. After returning to Tianmen City, Qin Xiang discovered that the city had actually become very lively. After inquiring about it, he came to know that because the hero assembly was going to be held soon, disciples of various sects and clans had arrived here, and major sects of other mainlands were also arriving one after another to discuss how to deal with the approaching catastrophe. Qin Xiang returned to the extreme martial sect. As soon as he stepped into the main gate, Gu Dongqin suddenly appeared before him. "Fantastic, I thought you were dead. Otherwise, I might have been pestered to death by Lu Menger." Gu Dongqin heaved a sigh of relief as he dragged Qin Xiang to the extreme, martial, mysterious realm. Inside the private room, only Qin Xiang and Gu Dongqin were inside. Qin Xiang organized his hair, which had become messy because Gu Dongqin flew too fast. Although everyone who was sent to investigate had returned, they didn't find anything. You, on the other hand, stayed there for more than 3 months. What did you find? Gu Dongqin hastily asked. Representatives of the other mainlands are coming one after another. If we didn't have any information, they will surely laugh at us. Qin Xiang pursed his lips and said, "If they have guts, they can give it a try." The situation there is not very optimistic. From the crack in the SPAC to the many small evil demons arriving at the mortal world, Qin Xiang told everything to Gu Dongqin. Of course, not the part regarding the suppressing devil divine exercise and Bai Ziqian. "Did you set the fire yet?" Gu Dongqin felt that the situation was very serious. However, after he came to know that the powerful double-headed snake demon was dead, he heaved a sigh of relief because very soon the barrier would break. "Let me rest a little bit. I have killed too many evil demons. Otherwise, why do you think I stayed there for so long?" Qin Xiang said. After Gu Dongqin got the useful information, he was filled with joy. He knew that sending Qin Xiang there would definitely lead to a great harvest. However, because of this, Lu Menger sought him every day or two to ask him about Qin Xiang's whereabouts. "Young martial uncle, you are truly something. It seems that Lu Menger already loves you wholeheartedly. When she knew that you have not come out after so long, she was worried to death. You should quickly see her. She is inside the divine weapon shop of Tianmen City. Apparently, she has also brought your wife. Sigh, young martial uncle has a really good fortune with girls." Gu Dongqin could not hide his envy as he looked at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang kicked him before quickly leaving the extreme martial sect for the divine weapon shop. As soon as he stepped into the shop, he saw a couple of boys wearing a gorgeous dress sitting on some chairs. They all were very handsome. They were no different than any girl. Dressed very clean, a precious jade hung on their waist and a fan in their hand. Truly formidable, true martial realm 7th level, 8th level guys. Moreover, their true chi is very vigorous and pure. It looks like their background is very good. Qin Xiang was secretly shocked upon discovering their strength. Qin Xiang for the first time arrived at the extreme martial sect's divine weapon shop. The people inside only thought that he was a little familiar, but they couldn't put their finger on it. They didn't recognize him because the dress he wore was rustic, his hair was a mess, moreover, he also had a beard. Who would associate him to the all-famous Qin Xiang? Now he was tled as the strongest youth of the Qinwu mainland, the youngest and fiercest alchemist. He was the idol of many young martial artists. "I'm looking for a person," Qin Xiang said in a low voice. He didn't want to take the divine weapon Heavenly Empire's token, lest others misunderstand his and Lu Menger's relations. I plus P because now he realized how rare this token was. He ran straight from the extreme martial sect and didn't have the time to put any disguise. He was afraid that Lu Menger might have left for the 100,000 Devil Mountain to look for him. When he arrived here, he didn't sense Lu Menger or Xue Xianxian. It seemed that his divine sense was blocked by some powerful barrier. Are you also looking for Xue Xianxian? I advise you to go back and dress up. Or do you want her to see you like this? And you have to line up too. A man sitting nearby stared at Qin Xiang with a look of disgust as he ridiculed. Qin Xiang touched the hard beard on his chin, smiled, and said, "Brother, why are you looking for Xue Xianxian?" "Of course, to marry her. Didn't you also come here for the same?" The purple-robed man sneered. Qin Xiang suddenly burst into laughter. While laughing, he loudly shouted, "Xianxian, come down for me. Someone's here to marry you. These guys have been waiting for you for a long time. Get together. Get together." Finger Fox asked for the reply for the stable release. "All I can say I'm trying. I'll be trying for 2 chapters from now to end of this month, till we get 30 chapters. May 30th chapter of this month." Qin Xiang was now treated like an idiot by those couple of youths sitting inside the divine weapon shop. But soon they found out that they were idiots themselves, because Xue Xianxian, that they had been waiting for a long time, much to their dismay, had actually come down. She wore a light green longuette, along with a pure and enthralling beauty and an enthralling charm. She looked extremely tempting. While laughing tenderly, she very jovially came next to Qin Xiang and pulled Qin Xiang's arm. They appeared to be very intimate. Qin Xiang pinched her cheeks, smiled, and said, "How can you do this? Everyone have come from far away to marry you. You should at least meet them." Qin Xiang glanced at those youths and smiled. Those handsome youths were dumbfounded. No matter how much they smashed their head, they could not understand why their legendary fairy was so intimate with such a rustic guy. This made them angry and jealous. "I have already met them 3 times, but they still haunt me." Xue Xianxian harumphed lightly. "Who are you?" One of the youth asked with a frown. He seemed to be unwilling to accept this, but after thinking about it, the youth believed that he had the strength to have everything. Not to mention, he was extremely rich. It should not be too difficult to pursue Xue Xianxian. Qin Xiang smiled and said, "I'm her husband, Qin Xiang." Qin Xiang. Upon hearing these 2 words, those youths were all surprised for a moment. This time Qin Xiang noticed that these youths were the outstanding youngsters from the other mainlands. "You are the rumored first youngest martial artists of Qinwu mainland," a white-robed youth said with a look of despise. In his opinion, although Qin Xiang was not as handsome as him, at the very least he should be someone with grace and elegance. The one and only. Qin Xiang lightly smiled and said, while caressing Xue Xianxian's cheek with his fingers. Xue Xianxian also naughtily pinched his face. The 2 who were right in front of them were flirting, which made these several youths from overseas green with envy. "Brother Xiang, let's go up. Don't talk to them." These days, Xue Xianxian had been very annoyed from all these pesterings. Not to mention, there had been no news about Qin Xiang. She was extremely worried about him. At this moment, she was feeling very happy after meeting with him. "Qin Xiang, if you are a man, duel with me." The purple-robe youth shouted. Xue Xianxian turned her head, tenderly laughed, and said, "First go to the free immortal sea and defeat Xiao Chou. Then think about fighting with Brother Xiang." Brother Xiang had fought with that little guy and put him to bed for a month. Qin Xiang was dragged by Xue Xianxian up the stairs and came to the top floor, while those youths all stood dumbfounded at their place. Free immortal seas Xiao Chou. He was one terrifying guy, moreover, he was also from ancient Herculean family. After disciples of other mainlands arrived here, they immediately sought powerful martial artists of the Qinwu mainland to challenge. They all wanted to establish their sect's prestige by showing their strength, but many of them had fallen under Xiao Chou's hands. Several of them had been injured by him. Qin Xiang had won against Xiao Chou, moreover, put Xiao Chou in bed for 1 month. This speaks for his strength itself. Thinking of this point, these youths dejectedly left. Lo, Sister Menger. Chun Xiang mischievously smiled and said, while still embracing Xue Xianxian, which made Li Menger snort, "Good, you are all right. This little girl has been jumping up and down for you." Lu Menger said. Chun Xiang smiled. She turned out to be so anxious. Dean told me that Sister Menger has also been running around to extreme martial sect once in a while. Xue Xianxian SN. 1 GD read, "That's because I had asked the teacher to ask about you." Xue Xianxian didn't know about Qin Xiang and Lu Menger, which made them feel a little guilty. But they didn't know how to face this, so they can only let nature take its course. Lu Menger knew that the couple had the chance to meet after a long time. They were certainly going to get intimate. So Lu Menger left them alone on her own accord. Seeing Lu Menger leave, Qin Xiang and Xue Xianxian both grinned. Xue Xianxian flushed red as she narrowed her eyes and said, "Brother Xiang, when I and younger sister Yulan were training, you have sent so many things. You are truly formidable." Chun Xiang stuck his tongue out and started sucking Xue Xianxian's tongue. The two would occasionally chat while kissing and sucking each other's tongue, which made the peeking Lu Menger secretly scold Qin Xiang and Xue Xianxian. They were unexpectedly having such fun. "Teacher, does it feel good to do such things? Do husband and wife act like this?" Lang Yulan suddenly asked, which scared the wits out of Lu Menger. She lowered her head to look down and realized that a white-haired beauty was peeking too. Lu Menger was shocked as she realized that she was too engrossed from watching Qin Xiang and Xue Xianxian. Her face flushed red to her ears. Moreover, she had also been discovered by Lang Yulan. "I don't know. Seeing them laughing so happily, it must feel very good." Lu Menger replied with a flushed face. Lang Yulan was oblivious to this, so she was very curious and wanted to give it a try. Lu Menger didn't dare to peek again. But at this time Lang Yulan once again said in a low voice, "Their mouths are pressed against each other as if they are sucking each other. What's up with them? Are they cultivating?" Lu Menger nibbled her lips, but also quietly peeked through the seam of the door. She too had French kissed Qin Xiang. Once she had kissed him, and now she was watching others kiss him, which made her heart itch. This kind of thought also made her suddenly feel extremely shy. She secretly envied Lang Yulan, who didn't understand the matters between a man and a woman. "Brother is very bad. He is actually touching Sister Xianxian's EASTS, very shameful," Lang Yulan said in a low voice. Lu Menger silently glanced at her. She didn't expect Lang Yulan to actually know that touching there was something immoral. This little rascal. Lu Menger spat on the ground. Her bosom, too, had been seen by Qin Xiang, and also had been groped by him once. Chun Xiang, after groping Lu Menger, and by Ziqian, realized the pleasure in that wonderful place. Now, with his own wife, he was lightly rubbing her bosom while Pa S silently kissing her. Originally, Xue Xianxian was feeling a little shy, but thinking that Chen Xiang was her husband, and they had known each other well since childhood, she didn't object it. After all, they were husband and wife, which allowed Chen Xiang to enjoy her forbidden and wonderful bosom. Chen Xiang touched and kissed Xue Xianxian for a long time. Only when he was satisfied did he let go of Xue Xianxian. Xue Xianxian's face was a little rosy, watching this graceful and otherworldly little fairy have such an appearance. Qin Xiang lasciviously smiled. "Brother Xiang, you finally grew up." Xue Xianxian tenderly laughed and said, then leaned on Qin Xiang's arms while recalling the happy things from their childhood. Qin Xiang caressed her silky hair and sighed. "Yes, the more we grow up, the more worried we get. However, in order for us to be happy together in the future, we now have to do everything we can." Xue Xianxian nodded her head. "That's why I cannot be worse than Brother Xiang. I am now very powerful. Yulan is also here. Brother Xiang, you should also meet with her. She also missed you very much." Qin Xiang, with a laughing look in his eyes, glanced at the door seam and grinned. Lu Menger, upon seeing this, had her face completely red from shame. As for Leng Yulan, she was oblivious to the whole matter and felt nothing. Leng Yulan opened the door, and with a flash came to Qin Xiang's side. "Brother, I also want to try licking your tongue. Do you and Sister Xian Xian are like this whenever you meet?" Harvest. Harvest. Finger Fox 630th chapter, only one today. No, I have not missed anything. The chapter started from here. The author skipped any conversion regarding previous speech of Yulan. Qin Xiang and the two girls seldom had the chance to be together. This time they romped playfully like three naughty children. They had made a mess out of this little room. Although Lu Menger criticized them, she still didn't stop them. She just examined those spirit patterns given by Qin Xiang. "Brother, when are you going to spar with me? I want to know how powerful I am now." Leng Yulan swayed Qin Xiang's hands as she acted all cute and spoiled. "Please spar with me." Qin Xiang knew Leng Yulan was a militant-type girl, but he thought if he and Leng Yulan fought, he would not be able to completely play out his strength. Thereby, he would lose against his sister. Although he would just lose against his own younger sister, Leng Yulan would certainly not be happy, and this kind of fight would then turn meaningless. Xue Xianxian also joined on the fun and said with a grin, "Brother Xiang, I also want to fight with you. Hadn't we decided this in our childhood, that if one day we became powerful martial artists, we must heartily have a bout?" The corner of Qin Xiang's eyes twitched. He bitterly smiled and said, "Two elder sisters, please spare me. To be honest, if I fight with you, I'll definitely lose." "How will that be possible? Last time I heard, when you fought with beast martial sex Yan Yanran, you were merciless. Moreover, your means were also very sinister." Leng Yulan hugged her chest with both hands as she intently stared at Qin Xiang. She was a little unhappy because Qin Xiang refused to comply with her wish to fight. Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed. "How can you say that I am sinister? I didn't even hit her face. Just from this, it is evident that I have been lenient and only used light means. I am someone who has compa. Shown for females and will not use a heavy hand on them. If I fight with you, I cannot completely unleash my strength. If I went all out, I might ruin you, which will break my heart. Let's ask the teacher to watch, so that if something happens, she could prevent it." Xue Xianxian had a naughty smile hanging on her face. Evidently, she very much wanted to thrash Qin Xiang during the bout. Qin Xiang was dumbfounded. He discovered that due to Xue Xianxian being with Leng Yulan for a long time, she too had turned violent. Leng Yulan was naturally a violent girl. Only in front of someone she is closed with would she act a little cute. Otherwise, by virtue of her wild character, she would definitely provoke no small amount of trouble. It is still not possible. If in a million chance something unexpected happened, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Qin Xiang shook his head. No matter what, under any circumstances, he was not going to fight the two. It gave him a kind of a bad feeling, especially after seeing the naughty smile on Leng Yulan and Xue Xianxian's face. Lu Menger indeed understood Qin Xiang. She came to his rescue. "If you two want to fight, I can take you to those little guys from the other mainlands. But you are not allowed to lose." "Elder sister lose seriously? I will definitely not lose. Quickly take me." Leng Yulan excitedly said. Qin Xiang knew someone was going to have a bad luck. Xue Xianxian rolled her eyes, chuckled, and said, "Yulan, how about we joust for a spouse? Whoever won against us can marry us." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang turned pale from shock. He hurriedly said, "How can you do this? You are my wife." Seeing Qin Xiang so anxious, Xue Xianxian giggled and said, "Of course I know. I'm helping Yulan find her husband. This is a good opportunity, as powerful martial artists from the other mainland are here." "That won't do. I am Yulan's brother. Her marriage must not be so hasty," Qin Xiang resolutely said. Leng Yulan smiled and said, "I think this method is good. Let's give it a try." Lu Menger walked over and smacked Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan's head, and criticized them. Don't talk nonsense. Don't you want to fight others? There are many people who have come to the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire's guests. I only let you come here so that you can check up on this brat. Because of that, I have even postponed my meeting with them. Xue Xianxian naughtily stuck her tongue out, smiled, and said, I know the teacher is a big beauty and famous even overseas. As soon as those guys came to Qingwu mainland, they first visited the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire's guests. Didn't they came just to see teacher? Little girl, you have got a lot of lip. Lu Menjie pinched Xue Xianxian's cheeks, then said to Qin Xiang, over time people had started to gather for the hero's assembly, which is going to be held here in the extreme martial sect. These two had just broken through. That's why their hands were itchy. Qin Xiang nodded his head. He was a little disappointed that he didn't get the chance to get intimate with Lu Menjie. Lu Menjie left Tianmen City with the two girls. Qin Xiang too returned to the extreme martial sect. Although there were many people in the extreme martial sect, it was less than the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire, as those deans from overseas went straight to the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire after coming to the Qingwu mainland. A beautiful refiner is really different, no matter where it is. They're the most popular. Su Meiyao laughed. Isn't a beautiful alchemist not so different? For example, Sister Meiyao, hey. Qin Xiang returned to the extreme Dan King courtyard and encountered Wu Qianqian. They chatted for a while. He inquired about Yun Xiaodao and the others, and he came to know that they're doing intense and brutal training. They were all in King Martial Courtyard. Wu Qianqian was also very busy. Not only she had to take some time out in order to refine various dawn to improve her alchemy skills, she also had to keep up with training laid out by the King Martial Courtyard. That was why she didn't chat too long with Qin Xiang and left soon after. She is progressing very quickly. In the future, she will definitely become one of Stony's. Plussing girl. Long Shui said. Last time she had imitated Qin Xiang's voice and played with Wu Qianqian. The extreme Dan King courtyard was shrouded in a silence all day. Qin Xiang was already accustomed to it. However, he was now missing Elder Dan. The azure profound fruit had already matured. Fantastic! There are so many azure profound fruit. Under the dark curtain of the night, Qin Xiang sat on the roof, watching the various herbs and flowers in the herb garden exuding a beautiful radiance. Watching the herb garden, he was dazzled. He was in a very happy mood. From the azure profound tree, he had harvested 40 fruits, and the 2 trees that were planted recently only bore 20 fruits. He knew that after these, they bore fruits a few more times. They would also be able to bear 40 fruits. Now, he had altogether harvested 60 azure, profound fruits. In other words, he could refine 60 sets of building foundation dawn. Every time he refined one set, it would be for building foundation dan. Altogether, it was 240 dawn. So many building foundation dan would drive any sect mad, no matter how big they are. Later, whoever messed with Father, the Father will smash him using the building foundation dawn. Qin Xiang started laughing as he shouted, Quickly grow some 5 elements true elemental dan herbs. This dan has a very big advantage for you now. With the help of them, you can cross the true martial realm. Even if you are in extreme state, it will still be greatly useful to you. Su Meiyao said. He still had a set of 5 elements true elemental dan herbs. Elder Dan had helped him in collecting most of them. He had been wanting to thank Elder Dan, but there was still no sign of her. The 5-color profound fruit can grow into a tree, while the 5-leaf S can produce S seeds, and the 5-color lotus could also be used to sprout lotus seeds. As for the colorless Lingji, it gave Qin Xiang a headache. It's simple. Cut it into pieces and bury it under the soil. Then you simply have to water it down using the dragon's saliva, and before you know it, they will grow. Su Meiyao explained. In regards to this, she was very experienced. Qin Xiang didn't expect that the colorless Lingji was actually planted in such a simple way. He was elated. He began planning the 5 elements true elemental Dan herbs. Reclusive alchemy training, first part. Reclusive alchemy training, first part. Finger Fox, hi guys, just a heads up. The mana is changed to spiritual energy. All the subsequent changes have been made to the older chapters. As for the reason, I was told S, H, I, plus and 2 and mana were totally mismatching. After a long thinking, I thought of using spiritual energy. Sorry for the inconvenience. 30th chapter. Chun Xiang concentrated on planting his spirit herbs, but just 2 days later, Wu Keiming came looking for him and told him that someone wanted to challenge him. However, he flatly refused it. In the future, if such kind of guys come looking for me, tell them that if they want to fight with me, first go and defeat Free Immortal Seas Xiao, Cho, and Beast Martial Sex Yan Yanran. They can come to me after that. Father can refine several sets of Dan in the time it takes to fight with 1 round. Such a waste of time. Since his return from the 100,000 Devil Mountains, many martial artists had come forward to challenge him. There were some who came to challenge him in martial arts and some in alchemy. However, he turned a complete blind eye them and just concentrated on planting his spirit herbs. He was not just planting the herbs, he was cultivating too. After tending to the spirit herbs during the day, he would then begin cultivating the Tai Chi, subduing dragon exercise to enhance his true Chi. At the same time, cultivate the 9-turn dragon Ji, D technique, to cultivate his divine soul. And at night, he would also congeal golden dragon saliva. If there is still some time, he would train some martial techniques or refine some building foundation dawn. In other words, his schedule was completely packed. Little dragon, since my divine soul is a little bigger, will the 72 transformation and heavenly dragon seal be a little stronger? Qin Xiang asked. Last time he had seen Long Shui cast the heavenly dragon, which was much stronger compared to his. 72 transformations mainly focuses on the utilization of spiritual energy. When your spiritual energy has reached a certain degree, as well as when you are a little more proficient in its utilization, you can transform into some stronger creatures. Now you should be able to transform into cat, dog, pig, and fish-like creatures. If you want to transform into a tiger, you are still lacking. You think about what you want to transform into. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. Long Shui replied. When he thought of practicing transforming into a pig and dog-like animals, Qin Xiang was secretly unhappy in his heart. Little girl, are you joking with me? Chan Xiang grunted. What's the benefit in transforming into a pig? After I transformed into a bird, I'll have the ability to fly. Transforming into a fish will help me hide in water. Transforming into a gopher will allow me to dig holes. What's the F-U-C king use in transforming into a pig or a dog? Long Shui giggled and said, You are not stupid. After transforming into a bird, you can peep on people taking a bath. As a fish, you can peep from inside the water. You thought quite well. Dead girl, this is your words, not mine. If you hadn't told me, I would not have known that turning into a fish has such advantages. Qin Xiang scoffingly said, I'm not joking with you. 72 transformation has always been to learn and apply pragmatically. Learn whatever you can transform. Not only you can transform into small animals or something, you can also transform into chair, table, trees, and among other things. Wait till your spiritual energy has reached a certain degree. Then I'll teach you. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang was now training to transform into a fish. Since he had used the spiritual energy to create an invisible alchemical furnace, his utilization of spiritual energy has advanced a step. It had become very easy to learn to transform into other things. In a short while, he was soon able to transform into a carp and swim in the water. When you go to Lotus Island, you can transform into a fish and sneak deep into the sea to search for crystal mines. The Emperor Crystal can't be wasted. Su Meiyao smiled and said, After acquiring the Emperor Crystal, Qin Xiang had not used it since then. Thinking of the countless crystal mines and seas under Lotus Island, he couldn't wait to leave and start looking. He only wants top-grade crystal stones. Others he didn't even care. In this period, Qin Xiang felt very enriched. Although he had no small amount of pressure bearing down on his shoulders, however, these days Pa-S said very well. This month he had learned to transform into other animals. Some didn't even have a practical use, but it made him a little proficient in the 72 transformation. 5 set of herbs. If successful, these are 55 elements true elemental Dan. Qin Xiang was also a little surprised because the 5 elements true elemental Dan herbs grew very quickly, much faster than he had previously imagined. Of course, one of the reasons was that his progress in strength increased the ripening speed of golden dragon saliva by a lot. Inside the private room, Qin Xiang took out the brilliant flame dragon furnace. This 1 month, he had been refining the building foundation dawn and 100 beasts Dan using the refining simulation technique in the brilliant flame dragon furnace. Because the timing in the brilliant flame dragon furnace was different from that of illusionary brilliant furnace, he had to be familiar with the brilliant flame dragon furnace. Only then could he make accurate calculations. From the experience that he gained using the illusionary brilliant furnace, he very easily became proficient in using the refining simulation technique along with the brilliant flame dragon furnace. The illusionary brilliant furnace was created using the spiritual energy, and he had always used his divine sense to check it. As for the brilliant flame dragon furnace, he didn't need to do anything extra. He could naturally spend his complete divine sense to carry out the calculations. In order to lay down a better foundation for the refining simulation technique, no matter whatever Dan Qin Xiang was refining, he would use the refining simulation technique. It was what Su Meiyao suggested him to do because refining higher level Dan were even more difficult. Even if he used the refining simulation technique, he could very well fail. Now that he has a good foundation, it would have a great advantage in the future. With the help of brilliant flame dragon furnace, he could speed up the refining process. However, if he slowed down a little, his rate of success would be higher, especially when refining an unfamiliar Dan like the 5 elements true elemental Dan. He had no room for mistakes. Although he could grow a lot of herbs, if he didn't succeed, it would still be painful. He still clearly remembered the entire process of refining 5 elements true elemental Dan, which he had refined during the alchemy tournament. As he already succeeded once, the next batch of refining would be a lot easier. The calculations for the subsequent refining was also a lot easier, unlike the last time when he had an excruciating headache. After half a day, Qin Xiang was successful in 2 consecutive batches. Since he was not in any compet. 1. Taya now, his speed was also very slow, moreover, he also took a long break in between. At this moment, he had even more in-depth experience in refining the 5 elements true elemental Dan. The 5 elements true elemental Dan was but a high-level Dan and very difficult to refine, yet he had not failed in refining it, not even once. After all, every Dan he had refined in the past, he had always failed many times before finally succeeding, such that every time he suffered a loss, a large number of herbs was lost. And now, as he had mastered the basics of refining simulation technique, he could avoid these losses. He estimated that in the future, after a couple of failures, he would be able to successfully refine new Dan. However, if he wanted to refine higher-level Dan in the future, the herbs required would all be incredibly precious. 25 elements true elemental Dan. I'm afraid that even if I swallow all of them, I may not be able to step into the 7th level of true martial realm. Later it is going to be increasingly difficult to advance further. Qin Xiang was lying on the extreme Dan King courtyard's lawn and looked at the blue sky. The scenery inside the extreme martial mysterious realm was always very pretty. It would always clear his mind, which would allow him to do other things calmly. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was knocking at the door. Upon hearing the knocks, Qin Xiang knew it was Gu Dongqin. He sluggishly stood up, stretched his tired body before opening the door. What's the matter? Chunxiang gave a yawn. The recent refining of dawn had left him a little tired. Among all the disciples in the entire extreme martial sect, only he would dare to act like this to his dean. He didn't have an ounce of courtesy. Let's talk inside. Gu Dongchen directly went inside, and Chunxiang led him to a private room. Chunxiang casually got a GLA S of drinking water for Gu Dongchen and said, "If you came here to ask me to fight or compete in alchemy, then forget it, I'm not free. Don't worry. After the Herculean families, Little Monster became your S. HI. Plus ELD, lesser and lesser people came looking for you. However, that Little Monster's reputation is now greater than before. That little rascal is clamoring that you had beaten him before by luck. He said he was. T in his best condition. In short, he is coming up with various reasons to deny the fact that you won." Gu Dongchen shook his head and said, "This is nothing. What is even more infuriating is that many guys actually believed him." Chunxiang didn't agree, smiled, and said, "Little Featherhead, are you goading me to come out? Forget about it. I am now preparing everything for the upcoming catastrophe. Only the winner will have the last laugh. Now, if by chance I get seriously injured and my cultivation came to a standstill, then it will be very troublesome." Reclusive Alchemy Training, Final Part. Reclusive Alchemy Training, Final Part. Fingerfox 8/30th chapter of the month. Expect to have more chapters waiting for edit. Enjoy. Gu Dongchen smiled and said, "You are right. Anyway, I came to tell you that we just returned from the 100,000 Devil Mountains. You were right, there was indeed a rift from which many small evil demons were coming to our world." "You mean to say that the 100,000 Devil Mountains large formation is already useless?" Chunxiang didn't expect that it would lose its role so soon. "Yes, we had to guard outside for a long time. That rift is already quite large, but seemingly it is releasing some strange power that is blocking the intrusion of some bigger evil demons from Demon Domain. However, the number of small evil demons has already reached a scary number. We spent a couple of days killing them, but we were still not able to kill all of them." A hopeless look covered Gu Dongchen's face. "That's why we have returned. We are waiting for the powerful experts from the other mainlands to arrive. Then we can join forces to seal that little rift. Or else the 100,000 Devil Mountain will be packed with these small evil demons." "Are those evil demons still staying inside the Devil Mountain? Aren't they coming out?" Chunxiang recalled the scene when he too had encountered such a large group of evil demons. He secretly despised Gu Dongchen and the other strength. Much to his dismay, they had spent a few days killing those evil demons, yet they were still not able to finish them. That day, with just one move by Ziqian, had killed the entire evil demons. A frown appeared on Gu Dongchen's forehead. "Temporarily, they can't come out. As they had just arrived, they seem to be seriously weakened. They are absorbing the devil chi inside the 100,000 Devil Mountains to recover their strength. That's why we have to quickly close that rift." Even the deans who were standing at the peak of the mortal world were not able to completely kill those evil demons after a few days of killing. Apparently, the evil demons were quite large in number. Moreover, they seemed to be inexhaustible. Kill one, and another one would come right away. Chunxiang pursed his lips as a smile appeared on his face. "Little Featherhead, did you come here to tell me this?" Gu Dongchen smiled somewhat embarrassed. Singly said, "But of course, however, I hope that young Martial Uncle can help us with a small matter. You should know that there are many powerful deans who are coming from overseas to attend the hero assembly. They are also bringing their own favorite disciples. They are not only coming to attend the hero assembly, but they are also going to show off their prowess." Chunxiang sneered. "These guys seem to have a very good relation with Xiao Ziliang. It is very likely that when Xiao Ziliang traveled to the other mainland, he made some friends. They all have been instigated by Xiao Ziliang such that their disciples are going to challenge our extreme martial sect's disciples. The majority of our extreme martial sect's disciples are going to fight. although we will win some and lose some, the number of winnings should be greater. Chun Xiang pursed his lips and said, "Do you want me to fight to increase your prestige a little?" Gu Dongchen laughed cunningly and said, No, of course not. It is to win glory for the entire extreme martial sect." Chun Xiang gave a spat. "Little Featherhead, if I were you, I'll decide not to fight now the time is hard-pressed and you still want prestige. If I ask the teacher to come out, these arrogant deans will one by one return to their mainlands. We will see how they'll keep their arrogant ASSES. Ask Huang Jintian to come out? That would be a complete chaos." Thinking of this, Gu Dongchen was H-I-T with A-S, H-I plus ver. Seeing Gu Dongchen's distressed appearance, Chen Xiang, as their martial uncle, of course, wanted to save his martial nephew's prestige. But he didn't want to fight. "Little Featherhead, do you want to show off?" "It's simple. Aren't those guys from overseas not short on building Foundation Dawn?" Chen Xiang said with a smile as his eyes twinkled with a hint of a sly gleam. On the other hand, Gu Dongchen, upon seeing this, shuddered from fear. He knew he was going to be having a bad luck. Gu Dongchen nodded his head. Since ancient times, there seemed to be a shortage of building Foundation Dawn in the mortal martial world. In my hand, I have 80 pieces of building Foundation Dawn. I will sell all of them to you. Later you can take them out in front of them to show off. Wouldn't this will be very cool?" Chun Xiang smiled and said, "Indeed, it would be very cool." Gu Dongchen, thinking of this, also felt elated. However, the problem was that he needed to buy these building Foundation Dawn. He couldn't understand why Chen Xiang had so many building Foundation Dawn as though they were peanuts. All of a sudden, he had a few dozen Dawn. Usually even a few Dawn together would be extremely rare. "Young martial uncle, you are lending them all to me so that I can show off, right? With this we can show to others the heritage of our extreme martial sect. After that I will give them back to you." Gu Dongchen smiled and said he certainly didn't want to buy them because Chun Xiang was definitely going to swindle him off. Chun Xiang smiled and shook his head. "You can take them on rent, 1,000,000 crystal stones for a day." Gu Dongchen secretly cursed. As far as he was concerned, 1,000,000 crystal stones for him was simply nothing. But he was a very stingy person. No matter how much it was, he would feel a heartache. "Little Featherhead, for the extreme martial sect's glory, can't you sacrifice even a little bit?" Chun Xiang said with a smile, "All right, I'll take them." Gu Dongchen clenched his teeth and firmly decided that next time he would not look for Chun Xiang for any cooperation. After the young martial uncle had discovered that he was a local tyrant, he would think of a variety of ways to swindle him off his crystal stones. Chun Xiang took out a rather large jade box that had a large pile of Dawn inside, which were exuding a dazzling azure radiance. The 80 building Foundation Dawn were looking a lot like S.H.I. plus New York beans. Gu Dongchen was tremendously shocked, though he had prepared himself well. So many building Foundation Dawn were, after all, very rare. Worth it. As Gu Dongchen's eyes shone upon seeing those dazzling building Foundation Dawn, which appeared to be no different than emerald, he praised. He immediately closed the lid and left quickly. After Gu Dongchen left, Chen Xiang smiled and said, 1,000,000 crystal stones for a day if I hid for a year or so. Every day I will rake in 1,000,000 crystal stones. It is totally worth it. If Gu Dongchen knew Chen Xiang had this kind of idea, he would rather die than make this trade. "Little rascal, you are really bad. You are his young martial uncle." Su Meiyao tenderly laughed and said, "What should I be afraid of? As his elder, of course, I have to discipline him. Let him have a lifetime lesson. Who asked him to love being in the limelight?" Chen Xiang retorted with a smile, then carried on with his work. 10 days went by, and Chen Xiang remained in his private room. He knew Wu Qianqian had arrived. He speculated that it was Gu Dongchen who had asked Wu Qianqian to look for him. However, he intentionally dodged them. He would get more crystal stones with the Pa-S, Sage of Time. In a blink, 2 months went by. Chen Xiang took care of the herbs every day. Although his herb garden was small, the spirit herbs growing there were incredibly precious, such as white jade lotus seed, which was the main ingredient for some restorative dawn, the 9 sun flames tree, the azure profound tree, and likes were all very rare and precious goods. As long as an alchemist saw this, he would be scared to death. He would remain here until his death. Chun Xiang discovered a very surprising thing, and that was the soil, after absorbing the golden dragon's saliva for so long, had already changed. As long as any herbs were grown in the soil, the speed of their growth would be very fast. Moreover, it would absorb a large amount of spirit qi on its own. I had never thought that I would be able to create a spirit field, Chun Xiang excitedly said. He had now planted many 5 elements true elemental Dan herbs, a total of 10 or so sets. Out of the 12 that he had refined, he failed twice, which gave him a little heartache, but he was still satisfied. Now I have 155 elements, true elemental Dan. Chun Xiang looked at the exquisite dawn and proudly smiled. His days were spent taking care of his spirit herbs, refining dawn, cultivating or just chatting with Long Shuai, Su Meiyao, and Bai Yu. He very comfortably said these calm days, as far as he was concerned, it could be regarded as a kind of relaxation. I should collect the bill. Chun Xiang mischievously smiled. As he opened the gates of Extreme Dan King Courtyard, he found Gu Dongchen with a glum face standing at the entrance. Only Chun Xiang would dare to be so cruel to the Extreme Martial Sect's dean. Young martial uncle, I realized my mistake. Gu Dongchen's handsome face was filled with bitterness. He obviously realized that Chun Xiang was intentionally Puni's. I plussing him. Letter of challenge. Letter of challenge. Fingerfox 9, 30th chapter of this month. One more coming after this. Enjoy! Chun Xiang took the box of building foundation dawn and a storage pouch with 60 million crystal stones. Checked them out before nodding his head in satisfaction. Little Featherhead, you have suffered a loss. Next time you will definitely remember this. But think about it, isn't it better than letting you go to the teacher? Chun Xiang smiled and said, he wanted to inform Huang, Jin Tian, Gu Dongchen was. T with a shudder. Gu Dongchen took Chun Xiang's building foundation dawn to show off. He was indeed feeling very happy. Those deans from overseas were all also feeling extremely envious. However, his happiness never came again because he would look for Chun Xiang daily. But Chun Xiang did not respond and intentionally stalled for time. Gu Dongchen nodded his head and said, right, I am the dean of the Extreme Martial Sect. I have crossed 8 Nirvana tribulation. This was originally my wealth, which I can show off. But to avoid this, those guys cooperated with each other and used their powerful disciples to fight my Extreme Martial Sect's excellent disciples in turns to tire them out. I was too focused on being the victor and ignored this point. Now you get it. If I were you, I will go and challenge them. Although at that time they will certainly resort to various means to refuse the challenge. You just can say that they are refusing you because they are afraid of you. Gu Dongchen lost tens of millions of crystal stones, which woke up his mind. After he left, he did what Chun Xiang had suggested and challenged those deans. But not one person dared to accept his challenge. This made him feel a lot better. Chun Xiang, you have been really busy these days. As Wu Qianqian came out from next room and saw Chun Xiang lying on the roof, she smiled and said, everyone is like this. Chun Xiang replied with a smile. Wu Qianqian also jumped to the roof, took out a letter, and handed it to Chun Xiang. All these days I have been looking for you, but we never ran into each other. It is really too difficult to meet you now. The free immortal seas, little monster, have given you a letter of challenge. Oh, why did he look for you? Chun Xiang took the letter, but didn't open it. Wu Qianqian's face flushed red and tenderly snorted. This little rascal thought that you and I are in a relations. I plus P. Moreover, he also knew that I also live in the Extreme Dan King Courtyard. So he kept pestering me continuously to pa S on his letter of challenge to you. Chun Xiang smiled and said, so it was like this, he has wronged you, right? When you were mistaken as my lover, do you feel aggrieved? Wu Qianqian was startled. She didn't expect that Chen Xiang would ask such a question. She tenderly spat. Her face turned redder. She jumped off the roof and quickly left the extreme Dan King courtyard. This girl is too easy to get. As long as you speak of it, I dare say that you will be able to have a good time with her in bed tonight. Long Shui said, Smelly dragon, you have finally shown your true colors. You are one lascivious dragon. In the future, I need to be on guard against you. Qin Xiang didn't expect that Long Shui would suddenly say something like this. This is because of the memory inheritance from my father. I am a very pure and innocent dragon, beautiful and lovely. Long Shui said with a pout, Don't talk nonsense. You are a lascivious dragon. While laughing, Chen Xiang opened the challenge letter. The content of the letter rendered him flabbergasted. Xiao Chao's handwriting was extremely ugly, unrecognizable. It seemed to be a scribbling of a 2-year-old child. On the challenge letter, one ugly turtle was drawn. The turtle had withdrawn its head inside the turtle sh. E-L, L, and on the turtle sh. E-L, L, 2 words were written Qin Xiang. Not only was the handwriting very bad, there were also so many mistakes. Chen Xiang, you are afraid to fight with me. You are a cowardly turtle who only know how to hide. This was what was written in a blank S. P. A. C. Qin Xiang shook his head and smiled. Just from his scribbling, this idiot could make others will to fight dissipate. Are you going to fight or not? Herculean family's little devil is a good partner to train yourself. Last time you used the ice spirit devil aura, and that was the only reason why you were able to win. It does not count. Moreover, you are now in the 6th level of the true martial realm. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang pondered over it for a bit. Although Xiao Chou was a little monster, his strength was nothing to be trifled with. From Gudongqin, he came to know that many powerful martial artists from overseas had suffered defeat under Xiao Chou's hand. Soon his name would resound in the entire mortal martial world. Bai Yu said, using the ice spirit devil aura to defeat him is nothing indeed. I think it's best if you have a spar with him, but first you must enter the 7th level of the true martial realm. Don't you have 155 elements, true elemental Dan? Su Meiyao and Long Shui were also in favor of Bai Yu's suggestion. They too wanted Chen Xiang to step into the 7th level of the true martial realm before fighting again with Xiao Chou. Last time when Chen Xiang fought with Xiao Chou, if not for him using the ice spirit devil aura, Xiao Chou might very well be the final victor. Although possessing the ice spirit devil aura was also part of his strength, he felt a little apologetic. He too very much wanted to utilize absolute strength to defeat his opponent. Only then could he feel extremely refreshed. It is not too good to eat so many 5 elements true elemental Dan all at once. Moreover, I am still not proficient enough in controlling my strength after I have stepped into the 6th level of the true martial realm. Chen Xiang hesitated a bit and said, There's nothing to fear. You can go and ask your teacher for his help. I'm sure that he knows a good method for you to enter the 7th level of the true martial realm that won't leave any hidden injuries. Bai Yu said, Qin Xiang was H-I-T with a shudder. Go to Huang Jintian to get his help in training. Wouldn't that be simply asking to get tortured? Although it was a very good way to cultivate. Little rascal, think about your teacher. He is an elder, yet he is all alone staying there. How pitiful it is. You are his apprentice, moreover. You and he are so close. Should you not take care of him? Su Meiyao tenderly laughed and said, It was easy for her to say because she was not the one getting tortured. Qin Xiang bitterly smiled and said, You can speak because you don't have to actually experience it yourself. But forget it. I don't have anything to fear. What's the worst that could happen? Anyway, I am not going to die. I can treat it as a brutal training. For the first time, Chen Xiang felt admiration for himself. He actually dared to do this kind of thing, and that too on his own. Young martial uncle, please repeat what had you just said. You want to go where? When Gu Dongqin learned the reason Chen Xiang came to him, he suspected that he had heard him wrong. Wu Keiming too stood aghast. I want to go to the teacher to help me cultivate because I want to prepare the fight against Xiao Chou. Chen Xiang smiled and said, although he had a smile hung on his face, in his heart he was feeling jittery. Young martial uncle, are you perhaps sick? Are you all right? Gu Dongqin sucked a cold lump of air as he asked. I am completely all right. I'm perfectly sane. Take me to the forbidden area. Chen Xiang spread out his hands and said. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming thought that Chen Xiang was AMASOCHIST. He unexpectedly wanted to get tortured on his own. However, they also felt admiration for Chen Xiang. Along the way, Chen Xiang inquired about some stuff. He wanted to know what had occurred these past few days. What made him surprised was that at the Qinwu mainland, valiant martial artists from 60 mainlands had actually arrived. Among them were over 100 Nirvana realm martial artists who were all Dean-level kind of figures. However, the majority of them had only crossed the 6th Nirvana tribulation. Although there were some who had crossed the 7th tribulation, they were scarce in number. And someone like Gu Dongqin, who had crossed 8 tribulations, were even fewer. That was why among those deans, Gu Dongqin could be considered as extremely powerful. It was also the very reason why the hero A.S. assembly was going to be held at the extreme martial sect. After the rift was blocked, the hero A.S. assembly would be held. Even those evil demons would serve as a target for many disciples to hunt during the hero assembly. Dragon Force. Finger Fox, 30th chapter of this month. Final chapter of today. Rest for tomorrow. Enjoy! Chen Xiang jumped into the deep pit, while Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin soon left. They gave Chen Xiang a privilege, such that in the future he would be free to access this region. Now he was not subjected to any restrictions as he jumped down into the pit. He was now free to fly, and no power was going to be blocking him. Huang Jintian was roasting a very large cow ham when Chen Xiang suddenly fell down and smashed into the fire. When Huang Jintian was about to flip out, he noticed that it was his own apprentice. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, Am I dreaming? Huang Jintian, upon seeing the dirty face of Chen Xiang, suddenly burst into his maniac laughter. I must be dreaming. Chen Xiang grabbed the cow ham and took a few bites off of it, forcefully smiled, and said, Teacher, you are not dreaming. Your apprentice came to play with you. Huang Jintian caressed Chen Xiang's head, startled, and once again started laughing maniacally. Little rascal, it is truly rare. Not to mention you. Even your senior brother, who had ascended to the heavenly realm, is afraid to death of me. You unexpectedly had the courage to come down here. Say, why did you come looking for me? Much to Chen Xiang's surprise, Huang Jintian had refrained himself from torturing him. Chen Xiang swallowed the meat in his mouth, smiled, and said, Teacher, didn't you ask me to come down often? That's why I came. I had indeed said so, but I thought it went through one ear and out the other. I have said the same thing to your senior brother's apprentices, but they only came down when they have something very important. Little rascal, you are very thoughtful. Huang Jintian nodded his head. In the depths of those bright eyes flashed a sliver of a naughty smile, which made Chen Xiang's whole body be draped in cold sweat. Teacher, to tell you the truth, I wanted to quickly elevate my strength. As you can see, I'm currently in the 6th level of the true martial realm. Though it can be considered quick, I want it to be a little quicker. I have some dawn with me. Relying on them, I can step into the 7th level of the true martial realm, but I'm afraid that my foundation will be unstable. That's why I came down. Chen Xiang honestly explained, Brat, your progress is indeed very quick, right? Have you learned the suppressing devil divine exercise? Huang Jintian at this time remembered that he had sent Chen Xiang to learn the suppressing devil divine exercise. Chen Xiang nodded his head. Talk to me about it. Suppressing devil divine exercise is not so easy to learn. Huang Jintian had only heard of it, but he had never learned it. Chun Xiang told the details to Huang Jintian, which made Huang Jintian sigh with emotions again and again. He still didn't understand what made the suppressing devil divine exercise so mystical. The learning process was not too difficult. No wonder in the ancient records of extreme martial sect, it was said that only martial artists with the heavenly sun fire spirit could learn the exercise. So it was true. At the beginning, Huang Jintian didn't understand why, but now he understood. If one wanted to learn the suppressing Devi divine exercise, he must use the heavenly sun fire to burn the chanting formula, which would be branded into his soul when memorizing the chanting formula. Afterwards, he would unconsciously begin to learn the suppressing devil divine exercise. This kind of bizarre divine exercise made Huang Jintian greatly widen his horizons. Little rascal, now many experts have gathered at the Chimu mainland. These guys are not lacking in experience or knowledge. It is highly likely that some of them might be the martial artists who wanted to teach my Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise. They are quite knowledgeable regarding this kind of true Chi. That's why, after you go out, it's better if you use the universe true Chi as little as possible. Huang Jintian said in a very solemn tone. If he was found out, it would be very dangerous. The Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise was the supreme exercise of the imperial dragon clan. Even the experts of the heavenly realm very much yearned for it, not to mention the martial artists of mortal world. Chun Xiang nodded his head. Huang Jintian laughed and said, "Which Dan do you have to improve your cultivation? Let me take a look. I need to check in order for me to draft a training program for you." As Chun Xiang took out the 5 elements true elemental dawn, with one glance Huang Jintian recognized them. He used to be an influential figure during his era. He had traveled to different mainlands, have traveled far and wide and seen a great deal. But he had never seen so many 5 elements true element Dan. He knew that his apprentice was also a powerful alchemist, but he didn't expect him to be so abnormal. "Little rascal, I am pretty sure that you will ascend much earlier than your senior brother." Looking at those exquisite and crystal clear 5 elements true elemental dawn, Huang Jintian said with emotion. Chun Xiang smiled and said, "This is all thanks to teacher's guidance. I want to quickly elevate my strength. There is a little monster of the Herculean family outside clamoring to challenge me." Huang Jintian smiled. "Herculean family's little monster? Hey, these arrogant guys indeed need to be taught a lesson. When your teacher traveled here and there, I have taught a lesson to many Herculean family members." Next, Huang Jintian developed a training program for Chun Xiang. 155 elements true elemental dawn were divided into 3 batches which would be taken once every 10 days. And during daytime he must undergo a kind of torturous training, while during the night he was scheduled to cultivate true Qi. And also every day he must spar with Huang Jintian for 1 hour. What troubled Chun Xiang was that even after entering the 6th level of the true martial realm, he was still not able to congeal dragon force. After cultivating the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, the dragon force was the strongest form of true Qi. He had inquired Long Shui, only to hear that he was still not proficient enough. When Chun Xiang first came here, he had seen Huang Jintian cast dragon force. At that time it had almost scared him. However, no matter how much he tried to congeal it in accordance with the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, he was still unable to congeal it. He had told the same thing to Huang Jintian. However, Huang Jintian too replied that he was not proficient enough. "I think after you have entered the 7th level of the true martial realm, you might be able to congeal it. This kind of strength is very strong, however, powerful martial artists can easily recognize it. You must not use it in front of many people." Huang Jintian said, "Only those who cultivated the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise could congeal the dragon force." Long Shui too knew that the dragon force was nothing trivial. So, whenever she lent her strength to Chun Xiang, She had never used the dragon force, and only used her true qi instead. She was a dragon. Naturally, she inherently possessed the dragon force. The torturous training began. In order to improve his strength, Chen Xiang could only bear it down. The huge pit began to echo with Chen Xiang's heartbreaking screams. Using his unique method, Huang Jintian tempered each and every part of Chen Xiang's body. As a result, not only did his body become stronger, his true qi too became more pure. His foundation was even more solid. This was also the reason why the three Taik, and S of the extreme martial sect were so powerful. Chun Xiang thought that the time was Pa-S, sing very slowly. Every day the kind of brutal pain he had to undergo was extremely terrifying, but after the brutal training, he would have a lot of harvest. It was also the reason why he persevered. Now, Chan Xiang had completely eaten all the 155 elements, true elemental dawn. The reason why Qin Xiang could quickly improve his strength using dawn without any hesitation was all accredited to Huang Jintian's help. Unknowingly, 50 true element grains were added to his dantian. Qin Xiang had stepped into the 7th level of the true martial realm, but only a little part of those beast forms was bright. Imagining the countless true element grains required to completely illuminate the 5 reverend beast forms, Chen Xiang was having a hard time calculating when would he be able to reach that stage. As envisioned by Huang Jintian, in just 1 month Chen Xiang had entered the 7th level of the true martial realm, and now he was at the most crucial moment. He was trying to congeal the dragon force. To congeal the dragon force, not only must his true qi be vigorous, he was also required to comprehend and perceive the abstruse principles of Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, which often needed a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, a frown appeared on Chen Xiang's glabella. He only felt that a half of his true qi had suddenly been drawn out, while on his palm a rice grain-sized speck of white light appeared. This was the dragon force, which was exuding an incredibly powerful strength. The aura that was surging out one after another from the white speck was raging the water inside the pool up and down. Seeing this, Qin Xiang was extremely excited. Fight again with Xiao Chou, first part. Fight again with Xiao Chou, first part. Finger Fox 11, 30th chapter of this month. With half of his true qi, he could only congeal a speck of dragon force. Qin Xiang now came to realize why in the past he was unable to congeal dragon force even after so many tries. It was all because his true qi was still not vigorous enough. Although it was such a small amount of dragon force, its might was altogether completely different. If one day he could release and use dragon force in a steady stream just like the universe true qi, he would have an exceedingly powerful strength in his hand. It was also the reason why so many people wanted to seize the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise. A speck, that's all. However, if you simulate this speck with the strength in your palm, you will be able to smack an 8th level true martial realm guy to death. Even a 9th level too. Huang Jintian laughed and said he was feeling extremely happy because his apprentice accompanied him. Even though he knew that Chen Xiang was afraid of coming down, he, as before, helped Qin Xiang improve his strength, though his means were extremely brutal. You have now learned how to utilize dragon force. In the future, once your true qi becomes vigorous, then you too can utilize it just like your teacher. However now, as far as you are concerned, it is not extremely useful to you. You might as well use some powerful martial technique with all your strength. Qin Xiang nodded his head. Then he said farewell to Huang Jintian and on his own flew out. In the past, he never had the chance to say farewell and was kicked out. Qin Xiang just flew out of the forbidden area. As he traced his steps back to the extreme Dan King courtyard, he met Gu Dongqin on the road. Gu Dongqin, looking at Chen Xiang's tattered clothes, could imagine what kind of torture Qin Xiang had to undergo there. Young martial uncle, I admire you. Gu Dongqin spoke this from the depths of his heart. If it was him in Chen Xiang's place, he would not dare to arbitrarily go and seek Huang Jintian. Qin Xiang laughed and said, But of course. Otherwise, how can I be your martial uncle? Little Featherhead, quickly go and tell that Herculean family's little monster that father will fight him after 3 days. You can prepare a good place to show how I deal with him." He heartily smiled and swaggered his way into the extreme Dan King courtyard. Gu Dongqin was secretly excited. Herculean families Xiao Chou had defeated many genius martial artists from overseas. If Chen Xiang defeated Xiao Chou, all of his fame would be NATC, head by Qin Xiang, and Qin Xiang only had to fight one battle, while Xiao Chou had to fight many. Humph! Every day he remained low-key, and now he can easily get so much prestige. Gu Dongqin cursed. After Qin Xiang came out from the forbidden area, his strength had improved a lot. He was very confident in defeating Xiao Chou, and that was also why he dared to say such aggressive and lofty words. Gu Dongqin didn't know Qin Xiang had advanced to what level, but he was very much looking forward to it. After returning, Qin Xiang took a bath right away. When he came out, he happened to encounter Wu Qianqian. He chatted with Wu Qianqian for a while and came to know what happened this past few months. Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan too had earned a great deal of fame. All of this because of their ident. 1. Taya's girls, and also defeating many formidable genius martial artists who think highly of themselves. However, the one they had defeated all came from overseas. They had refused Xiao Chou's challenge many times. Qianqian, that Herculean family's little monster, is no longer pestering you, right? Qin Xiang asked. Since he had accepted the challenge, many people were now antic. 1. Aiding their fight. He has not. This is all thanks to you. A smile appeared on Wu Qianqian's face. In regards to Qin Xiang's strength, she naturally was not worried. Last time, she had witnessed Qin Xiang pummeled Xiao Chou unconscious. Hey, you are also not weak. You can also learn to be like Xian Xian and Yulan and challenge other guys. This is a very good opportunity. Qin Xiang rubbed his chin as he watched Wu Qianqian's beautiful face. Wu Qianqian shook her head, smiled, and said, "I am just an alchemist, fighting and all. If it can be avoided, then why not? Elder Dan has prepared many cultivation materials for me. Moreover, there is still the alchemy part." When she talked about alchemy, Chen Xiang took out some herbs and gave them to Wu Qianqian. "These are 100 set of true elemental Dan herbs. Take them. When you are going to try refining the building foundation, Dan, I will give you some herbs again." The building foundation, Dan herbs. Wu Qianqian was stupefied. She didn't expect that Chen Xiang would actually be so generous, so casually giving her building foundation Dan herbs. She knew some of Chen Xiang's secrets in the extreme Dan King courtyard, like the azure profound tree planted by Qin Xiang. In the beginning, she had often come to watch the flowers bloom. However, after Elder Dan had laid the restrictive barrier, she could not come anymore. However, Qin Xiang still trusted her. Wu Qianqian was a poor and strong girl, yet to Qin Xiang she was a happy-go-lucky girl. Moreover, she was the only person with whom he could have a conversation within the extreme Dan King courtyard. Subsequently, Qin Xiang had also given Wu Qianqian many tips regarding alchemy, and even guided her in refining a few batches of true elemental dawn, such that Wu Qianqian was able to refine 5 dawn with 1 set of herbs. In the field of alchemy, Wu Qianqian could be regarded as extremely talented, not to mention that she had a fire spirit. In the future, she would surely become one powerful alchemist. In the dark curtain of the night, Qin Xiang laid on the roof, looking at the stars in the sky. The scene in the sky was exactly the same as the outside. It was just that it was not in same space. This was the miraculous thing about the mysterious realm. He closed his eyes and recalled the sparring with Huang Jintian past this month. Although he would lose every time and suffered serious injuries, he had benefited a lot during the course of the fight. It also stimulated him to release his strongest strength. Little rascal, Wu Qianqian seems to be taking a bath. Do you want to take a look? Long Shui naughtily laughed and said, "You smelly dragon, Weren't you firmly against the idea of me taking such kind of actions? Are you planning to frame me? Chun Xiang rejected Long Xue's suggestion. That is one extremely beautiful girl. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Long Xue asked again. Forget it. I have seen even more beautiful figures, so it is not that tempting to me. Chun Xiang didn't seem to care. D-A-M-N brat. Su Meiyao tenderly snorted. She knew that Chun Xiang was talking about her and Bai Yuyu. When they first encountered Chun Xiang, they were completely naked. Bai Yuyu snorted and said, Never mention this again. She had told this many times, but how could Chun Xiang forget a such thing? From time to time, he would still mention it. Although Chun Xiang's mouth said so, in the end he was still a man. Moreover, he was also a little lascivious. He could not wait to turn into a bird and flew over to peek at the top beauty of the extreme martial sect whilst she was taking a bath. Every man's mind would more or less harbor some evil thoughts, the majority of which could restrain themselves. Some just fantasize about it and nothing more, while there were a few who could not restrain themselves and act according to their desire. So they would become evil and create some crime and bring calamity. In a flash, 2 days were over. Chun Xiang had also taken a good rest. He walked out of the extreme Dan King courtyard and followed Gu Dongqin to the extreme martial sect square. On the way, Gu Dongqin exhorted him multiple times that he must not wreck the square. Although during their fight many Nirvana realm martial artists would lay down a barrier, he was still worried that the scene from the Danxiang Tower would be repeated here. F.U.C.K. The Herculean family's little monster came to challenge me. Why must we fight here? Chun Xiang doubtfully asked. Our extreme martial sect is the biggest sect in the Qinwu mainland. Naturally, we should act a little oblige. Not to mention, the majority of the people are gathered here. Gu Dongqin replied. A lot of people had arrived at the extreme martial sect. In addition to the disciples of the extreme martial sect, there were disciples of the different sects from Qinwu mainland and other mainlands, among which many had been defeated by Xiao Chou. They wanted to witness the strength of the rumored strongest young martial artist of the extreme martial sect. Fight again with Xiao Chou, final part. Fight again with Xiao Chou, final part. Fingerfox 12/30th chapter of this month. Just as Chun Xiang appeared, the entire square quieted down. Today he was meticulously dressed. He looked extremely handsome and stunning. He was overflowing with heroic spirit. Chun Xiang's handsome and angular face was extremely clear. His eyes were glistening in an unyielding aura as bright as the stars and as deep as the starry sky. His lips stretched to reveal a calm smile. It had a unique charm on its own. His entire body was wrapped in black tights, which seemed to be emphasizing his robust body, revealing a dense masculine spirit and overflowing with charisma. Some of the girls in the square secretly gasped in admiration. Watching a man with such an extraordinary bearing appear, those martial artists from overseas were discussing in a low voice. They had all seen Chun Xiang's portrait, but they have not seen him personally. Now, sensing the extraordinary temperament from Chun Xiang, all of them acknowledged that the portrait and the actual person were worlds apart, like heaven and earth. Many among the audience knew that Chun Xiang had once defeated Xiao Chou, but a false information was disseminated by Xiao Chou and the free immortal sea that the outcome of the battle was hanging by a thread, and both parties were on par with each other. However, Chun Xiang, mainly with a stroke of luck, won the fight. What made Chun Xiang dumbfounded even more was that, according to the free immortal sea, that day Xiao Chou was actually seriously injured, and despite his injuries, he still fought with Chun Xiang. Many people came to believe this information, especially the people who had been defeated by Xiao Chou. They all knew Chun Xiang's cultivation was lower than Xiao Chou, so they believed without a shadow of a doubt. Among the martial artists who had lost against Xiao Chou, there were many whose cultivation was higher than Xiao Chou. Nevertheless, they were still defeated. That was why they chose to believe these rumors. On one side of the square, stood Xiao Ziliang with a smile hanging on his face. This time he and an elder from the free immortal sea, as well as Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming, were going to lay out the barrier. Even if the entire square is wrecked, this time it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, this time he had extreme confidence in Xiao Chou. This time he was not going to lose. There would be no second time. Qin Xiang, you cowardly turtle. After hiding for so long, you finally came out. Xiao Chou shouted in a young and tender voice. Looking at the little boy in front of him, Qin Xiang secretly chuckled. A sentence of Long Shui appeared in his mind. He is one immature brat. Pummel him to the ground. Last time I was seriously injured, and you also used underhanded tricks to defeat me. That's why the previous fight cannot be counted. Xiao Chou yelled. The spectators were watching the whole drama unfold very calmly. Although it was just a fight between two true martial realm martial artists, the Nirvana realm deans who had come far and wide across the seas were still very much in antic. 1. P-Asian. After all, it was a duel between two peak young martial experts of the Chimu mainland, and Xiao Chou had defeated many of their outstanding disciples again and again. Because Xiao Chou was from the ancient Herculean family, they did not feel disgraced. After all, they were all normal humans. They knew that there were some among the humankind who could win against the Herculean family, but for them it was difficult to believe. So they were seriously watching the contest. Qin Xiang smiled and said, "Little brat, lying is bad. Father is a couple of 100 years old. You are not even worthy to be my grandson." Xiao Chou hated it the most when others called him a little brat, let alone Qin Xiang, the guy who had defeated him. "Haha, if you were my child, I will not despise you. Quickly call me daddy." Qin Xiang laughed and said. His words made the entire square burst into laughter. Xiao Chou was boiling in anger. His whole body was trembling. Yet he actually suppressed his anger, which made Qin Xiang feel surprised. Last time he discovered that the Herculean family was easy to anger, which was a magnificent move. On one side of the square, Xue Xianxian, with a white muslin hanging on her face, said in a low voice, "Teacher, last time did Brother Xiang really use some trick to defeat this little monster?" Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan both had arrived to watch the fight. They had personally seen several fights of Xiao Chou. Although they were strong, they believed that they could hold their ground against Xiao Chou. However, if they wanted to win, they had no such confidence. Lu Menger pondered for a bit and said, "You can't say that it was a trick. What Qin Xiang had used was a kind of powerful martial technique, which can cause a damage to the spirit." Now, Xiao Chou appeared to be so confident. I think he has a way to overcome it. In the previous battle, Qin Xiang was indeed far weaker than Xiao Chou. That's why Xiao Chou remained unconvinced of his defeat. Regarding that fight, Qin Xiang also didn't believe he had won. He felt that he had not won in the martial art because at that time he was weaker than Xiao Chou and had to rely on Ice Spirit Devil Aura to defeat him. That's why this time he had made up for it, otherwise he would not have accepted the challenge. If the barrier was still not completely laid out, perhaps Xiao Chou had already charged at Qin Xiang. Xiao Chou was still as before. His strength had not much progressed. While Qin Xiang had advanced from 5th level to 7th level of the true martial realm, he was a lot stronger than before. Not to mention, he had gone to the forbidden area and had undergone the brutal training of Huang Jintian. Xiao Chou also was not aware that Qin Xiang was suddenly a lot stronger. Who was going to believe that someone in just a few months could continuously advance 2 levels? It was totally unheard of. This time, Qin Xiang could not use the universe true qi, as there were too many Nirvana realm martial artists among the audience. If they recognized that peculiar true qi, they might guess that he was Huang Jintian's apprentice. Naturally, Xiao Ziliang was completely aware of the truth. However, he dared not reveal this. He knew the consequences he would face if he did so. Moreover, he guessed that Qin Xiang too dare not use his 5 elements universe true qi, which was also one of the reasons he invited so many Nirvana realm martial artists to spectate this fight. The barrier had been completely laid out. For Nirvana, realm martial artists spread their strength and completely enveloped the center of the square to create one transparent barrier enveloping the center, and even the ground too, to protect the tiles which were the most vulnerable to damage. Start! Gu Dongqin loudly gave the signal for battle. He too had no idea how powerful Qinxiang was. He just knew that Qinxiang had undergone lish training this past month. What was the cause of concern for him was that now Qinxiang was absolutely unable to use the universe true qi. Otherwise, the secret would be easily exposed. He now realized that it was quite unfavorable for Qinxiang. Qinxiang was a normal human, while Xiao Chou was from a Herculean family. His blood was flowing with a mystical power which had strengthened his body. He also had divine power inherently, and along with the cultivation, his strength would only increase, if not decrease, which was also the reason why, at the same level, Xiao Chou was unrivaled in the world, which also made him even more arrogant. Once the fight began, the first to attack was Xiao Chou. He was boiling in anger, but unlike before, his mind was not in a mess because of his anger. He was now channeling his anger into power. Noticing this kind of progress, Qinxiang held him in admiration. Xiao Chou, like a lightning bolt, leaped. His tiny fist suddenly surged out with a shockwave as if it could shake the SPAC. He punched out, and because of the impact force generated from the jump, the strength behind his fist was even stronger. Qinxiang clenched his fist and punched directly towards Xiao Chou's tiny fist, which was carrying a shockwave. The fist met with the fist. Last time Qinxiang fought with Xiao Chou, just like this. Xiao Chou's punch was carrying his innate power, and through some kind of martial technique, he had turned this power violent, because of which it produced a terrifying shockwave, while Qinxiang's punch was burning in flames. His entire fist seemed to be burning red. That scalding hot aura was spouting steaming flames. As both punches collided with each other, two different types of power collided with each other. Much to everyone's dismay, both shares of power fused into one before bursting out with an explosion. The resulting strength exploded and spread to all direction, giving rise to a fierce gale, which collided with the invisible barrier. With the collision of their punches, the curtain of this fight officially opened. Awakening of Strength. Awakening of Strength. Fingerfox 13/30th chapter of the month Qinxiang had only utilized fire attribute true qi. He did not use the peculiar invisible true qi, which would undoubtedly weaken him a lot. Yet, Qinxiang was still able to thwart Xiao Chou's punch. It appeared that the two were neck and neck with each other. Last time, even when Qinxiang had utilized the invisible true qi, he could only weaken a large part of Xiao Chou's strength. But now his fire attribute true qi was surprisingly equally powerful as Xiao Chou's, which made it difficult for Xiao Chou to understand. Many formidable martial artists had seen the previous fights of Qinxiang, and now it was crystal clear that Qinxiang had made great progress, which took them aback. Xiao Chou tightly clenched his tiny fist, above which some smoke appeared to be rising. The scalding hot true qi had forcefully invaded his arm. Fortunately, he had already learned how to deal with this situation. How did you become so strong? Xiao Chou let out a shout as he once again sent a punch directly towards Qinxiang's face. Qinxiang's current speed was extremely fast. When he was training with Huang Jintian focused on helping Qinxiang improve his speed, which allowed him to become more agile. With such speed, he was able to evade the enemy's powerful yet quick attack. Xiao Chou too was very confident in his speed. In the past, because 7th level true martial realm martial artists were not able to predict that kind of frightening speed, they were defeated in one move. Xiao Chou grinded his teeth. The moment when his ruthless strike was going to land upon Qinxiang's eyes, he only punched through the thin air. He had felt that his fist touched Qinxiang's eyelashes, yet Qinxiang still dodged it. After Qin Xiang leaned his head sideways, he mischievously smiled as he smacked a palm directly towards Xiao Chao's tiny face. As he smacked his palm seemed to be flash, pulsing in numerous electric aura. It was an extremely violent lightning true qi. However, it only flashed once before his big palm ruthlessly slapped Xiao Chao's tiny face. Moreover, it was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if a thunderbolt from the sky struck there. Qin Xiang had utilized sufficient strength on the shocking heaven palm. Moreover, it was also carrying a vigorous lightning power. Such strength was enough to topple mountains. Watching Qin Xiang so casually cast such violent palm technique, everyone was aghast. Xiao Chou was mistaken. Qin Xiang was not only faster than before, he was stronger too, and attacked even more ruthlessly. On his tender, white cheek appeared a red palm imprint. A drop of blood also trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chou was boiling in anger. His chest was as if a volcano was ready to erupt. Even he had to burn himself up to defeat Qin Xiang. He would not hesitate to. Qin Xiang had directly slapped his face, which was the worst action to hurt someone's self-esteem. Normally, in any fight, very few people would hit the other's face. Most would go for the head. Seemingly, Qin Xiang had intentionally done so. "Qin Xiang, I'm going to kill you." Xiao Chou growled in anger. His young and tender voice became Hoa. R.S.E. as a duck, his pair of eyes turned red in anger. Blue veins were bulging on his forehead, and his muscles swelled, which gave him a grim appearance. Now he was like an angry wild beast. Suddenly, Xiao Chao's thin body trembled as a white qi fiercely exploded from his body. Xiao Chou once again let out a furious roar. The square suddenly started shaking. The anger had allowed Xiao Chou to tap into the hidden strength in his body, the frightening potential of the ancient Herculean family. Even the deans who were watching this were incomparably shocked. This kind of frightening potential made them feel threatened. If Xiao Chou grew up, for sure he would become one extremely powerful guy. It would be absolutely difficult to find a rival in the same level. F.U.C.K. he sure is as formidable as the old madman had stated. Is this the awakening of power of the Herculean family? Qin Xiang was unexpectedly laughing. Anyone could see that because of his anger, Xiao Chou was erupting with a fearsome power than the usual, while Qin Xiang not only had no ounce of tension, on the contrary, he was laughing. Is he laughing? Many people thought that he had some loose screw. Previously, Huang Jintian was boasting to Qin Xiang that he had taught lessons to many martial artists of Herculean family. Furthermore, he also suggested to Qin Xiang that if he wanted to truly anger a Herculean family member, the quickest was to hit them on the face ruthlessly, and that too in front of many people. However, this would make the Herculean family member enter a crazed state in which their strength would soar a couple more times, which would be extremely frightening. "Little rascal, quickly slap him. It's a very good opportunity. Didn't your mad teacher said that after they are furious, they would erupt with a stronger power? However, while their power is increasing, they will also come to a standstill, which is their weak point. You must seize this opportunity." Long Shui hastily shouted. She very much abhorred the Herculean family. Qin Xiang smiled whilst he rushed forward like a lightning bolt. On his pair of arms appeared a layer of lightning net. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying power erupting from Xiao Chou. But once again a deafening explosion rang as Xiao Chou's cheek was once again ruthlessly slapped by Qin Xiang. The strength behind this slap was not any lower than the previous slap. However, once this slap landed upon Xiao Chou's cheek, as Xiao Chou was about to fly, he was once again pulled back as if there was some kind of force pulling him back to Qin Xiang, which was once again followed by another slap, and once again a glaring electric aura flashed. This time, Qin Xiang's violent and continuous shocking heaven palm was carrying lighting. Under Qin Xiang's onslaught, Xiao Chou fell into a peculiar state in which he was unable to control his body. He could only helplessly watch as his body was constantly ravaged by Qin Xiang. This was precisely the weak point of Herculean family. Even Xiao Chao was completely oblivious to this. Furthermore, it was only useful for those members of Herculean family who had never experienced the awakening of strength. A white qi constantly emerged from Xiao Chao's body. This was the aura overflowing due to the increase in his strength. It was rather powerful, but he could not fight back. Xiao Chao's both cheeks had been slapped with Armageddon-like might. Everyone could not help but feel a burning sensation on their own cheeks, let alone Xiao Chao. Witnessing this, Xiao Ziliang was secretly grinding his teeth. He had realized that Chen Xiang had intentionally angered Xiao Chao, and then the moment his strength was awakened, he had been fervently attacked. Brother Xiang is really ruthless. Xue Xianxian slightly frowned. She had rarely watched Qin Xiang's fights. Now that she got to watch how overbearing Qin Xiang was, she realized why Qin Xiang had refused to fight her before. This is so gratifying. Brother is too good. I must have a bout with brother sometime. Leng Yulan said in excitement. This made Xue Xianxian and Lu Menjie speechless. Even after witnessing how strong Qin Xiang was, she unexpectedly wanted to fight with Chen Xiang. Witnessing Qin Xiang's wild onslaught on Xiao Chao's cheeks, everyone gasped in unison. In particular, those guys who had once been defeated by Xiao Chao. Before, they all believed that no one could win against Xiao Chao, but now Qin Xiang had subverted their cognition. There was no shred of a doubt that Chen Xiang was extremely strong, but no one could exactly see his cultivation. Some believed that he was in 9th level of the true martial realm, but he was just 20 or so years old, which made it difficult for them to accept. It was well known that Chen Xiang was in 5th or 6th level of true martial realm, which was rather easier to accept. However, under such cultivation, Xiao Chao was unable to fight back even after being a member of the Herculean family. This little monster can really take a beating. Qin Xiang slightly frowned. Suddenly, both his arms were wrapped in some lava-like stuff. Subsequently, a scalding hot qi erupted from his body, which continued to impact the barrier. At this moment, Chen Xiang's pair of arms were as if they had been casted from molten iron. They appeared to be extremely terrifying. Even more scary was that after Chen Xiang's shocking heaven palm landed upon Xiao Chu's cheek, not only had it erupted with a flash of lightning, the subsequent impact was no different than a meteorite crash which gave rise to an intense heat wave one after another. All of Qin Xiang's strike landed directly upon Xiao Chao's cheek. Nevertheless, Xiao Chao still continued to roar. Apparently, Xiao Chao's defense was very tough. Thunderbolt strike. Thunderbolt strike, translated by Ash, edited by Fingerfox, 30th chapter of this month. From the very beginning, this fight was completely led by Qin Xiang, and his subsequent onslaught made everyone lose their breath. Is this the strongest young martial artist of the Qinwu mainland? That's completely crazy. This guy is a madman. He is not human. A youth from the other mainland murmured. And I even wanted to challenge him before. If he had hit me that much, I'm afraid I would have keeled over already. A man said with a completely horrified look. Qin Xiang's thunderbolt, like a fence, made every young martial artist from overseas scalp tingle. They have already realized the conclusion of their fight with Qin Xiang. And of course, Xiao Chao had also shocked them. Much to everyone's surprise, under such a violent onslaught, he could still utter such heartbreaking screams. If it was someone else, perhaps not even an ounce of a drag would have left. How about I lend you my power? Get rid of this little rascal with the strongest strength. Long Shui anxiously said. She was itching to get in action. No need, I can do it myself. A frown appeared on Chen Xiang's gallabelly because Xiao Chao's strength was still soaring. If he could not finish the fight before Xiao Chao's awakening was finished, he would enter an arduous battle. Sensing the power emanating from Xiao Chao gradually weakening, Chen Xiang knew Xiao Chao's awakening was about to be completed. He hardened his heart and let out a thunderous shout. Soon after, an intense aura overflowed from his body, Powerful waves of energy whistled to every direction. Much to everyone's surprise, the strength emanating from Qin Xiang was no weaker than Xiao Chao's. Watching such energy erupting from Qin Xiang, everyone freaked out. Qin Xiang was already formidable, yet he was still able to rouse his strength. This scared the hell out of everybody. Qin Xiang was not rousing his strength, but casting some kind of a powerful martial technique. Suddenly the sky turned dark as it was densely covered in dark clouds. The clouds swell as a tyrannical spirit qi gathered above the square. The friction between the clouds gave birth to lightning one after another. Suddenly the square was shrouded in a layer of darkness, which was accompanied by the flashes of lightning. The onlooking Deans could not help but have a scare. Last time in the Fragrant City, he also came up with such move which had rendered Xiao Cho unconscious. Not to mention, that move had ravaged the square there. Young martial uncle, I'm not going to get any compensation. Please have mercy. Gu Dongqin, upon witnessing the billowing dark clouds in the sky, groaned in his heart. Lu Menjie grabbed Xiao Xianxian and Ling Yulan. Apparently, she was preparing to jump. Last time, she had witnessed Qin Xiang's earth-shaking strike from the sky. She cannot forget that scene. In particular, that majestic white dragon, whilst it charged towards the ground, it made her feel as if the world was about to end. Everyone who had witnessed that scene was all preparing to jump. There were many such people in the square because that move had nearly buried them. They didn't want to get buried a second time. Obviously, Qin Xiang was not going to be casting the furious dragon's retribution. Currently, he was in no condition to cast that move. He didn't have enough spiritual energy, and also he would have to rely on Long Xue's power. He was casting the Thunderbolt Cut. It was a move from the Dragon Slayer's 7 Killing Cut. It was a very powerful move. Last time using this move coupled with the Azure Dragon Slaughtering Devil Blade, as well as Long Xue's strength, Qin Xiang had killed a 9th level true martial realm, the Lu family elder. For the first time he was going to cast this move without the Azure Dragon Slaughtering Devil Blade, but instead using his arm as a blade. He rarely did such because it required time to gather lightning. Furthermore, he also needed to draw support from the lightning force and let the lightning channel through his body and finally transform it into power and release it outside of his body. Xiao Ziliang could not wait to rush over and stop Qin Xiang, but he knew Gu Dongqin would definitely not let him. He could only helplessly watch Qin Xiang as he once again cast an earth-shattering move. What gave him a slight pleasure was that this time it would be the extreme martial sect's square which was going to be destroyed, and he did not need to compensate for this. Qin Xiang, you are so dead. Ha ha. Xiao Chao's voice suddenly reverberated, while light flashed from his tiny fist as a terrifying power surged out. Xiao Chao's awakening of strength was complete. Earth-shaking waves of power were released from his body, making everyone choke. Qin Xiang immediately brandished his palm to counterattack Xiao Chao's oncoming fist. Lightning and fire combined with the shocking heaven palm clashed with the Herculean divine fist after the awakening of Xiao Chao's strength. The resulting explosion from the clash gave off the impression that SPAC was about to collapse. The subsequent powerful recoil sent Qin Xiang, as well as Xiao Cho, both into flying, while tremor ran through the ground from the shockwave produced from a moment ago. Xiao Cho spewed a mouthful of blood. He had suffered a couple thousands of shocking heaven palms. He was not lightly injured, and now he was once again subjected to such a powerful rebound. He had been holding back the blood somehow, but now, because of further injuries, he couldn't hold back and spewed that writhing blood. Qin Xiang also felt sweet in his throat, but he forcefully swallowed the surging blood. Bang! Suddenly, in the sky a few dozen thunder simultaneously rang. Tens of lightning like nets suddenly came down. Xiao Cho was startled upon witnessing this. It was the power of nature. He, of course, had to avoid it. If his body was struck by it, the consequence could be disastrous. Lightning was naturally very fast, which rendered anyone unable to resist. When everyone saw lightning coming down, they all subconsciously thought that it would strike Xiaoqiu because this lightning was produced by Chen Xiang's move. But much to everyone's surprise, every bit of lightning was gathered on Chen Xiang's body. In that moment, everyone was stupefied. Someone was struck by so many lightning. It would be a wonder if he would not vanish into a puff of smoke. In that very moment, Lu Menger and the others' mind went blank. They all believed that Chen Xiang was finished. The instant that countless lightning fell on Chen Xiang's body, everyone, including Xiaoqiu, felt that time had stopped. They all thought that Chen Xiang was finished. They believed that Chen Xiang was unable to control those bolts of lightning. But after that moment, everyone was once again shocked by Chen Xiang. Much to everyone's dismay, Chen Xiang was all right. His entire body was wrapped in wild and dazzling lightning. As he raised his arm high towards the sky, hideous blue veins started bulging on his forehead, one after another. He let out a roar, and suddenly his arm swelled as if a big river was about to flow out of his arm. Thunderbolt cut. It was as fierce as a thunderbolt. Just as everyone reacted to the moment Chen Xiang was hacked by lightning, Chen Xiang had used his arm as a blade and hacked towards the faraway Xiaoqiu. A wild lightning immediately surged out from his arm and transformed into a powerful qi that was accompanied by a dragon's furious roar as it charged toward Xiaoqiu. This was nature's lightning power whose might was boundless. After Chen Xiang mobilized the abstruse principle of dragon martial technique, it was transformed into a powerful qi which made it even more stronger. In just a blink of an eye, an irresistible, powerful qi flashed in a dazzling electric aura, which crashed into Xiaoqiu and was soon followed by blood-curdling shrieks of Xiaoqiu. The heaven and the earth once again calmed down. Xiaoqiu flew out and fell on the ground. And on the ground, a deep gully appeared from the impact of the thunderbolt cut, which further crashed into the barrier. The barrier was almost smashed into nothing. Chen Xiang slightly sighed. He was a little tired, but his breathing was still smooth. Evidently, he still had strength to spare. Obviously, he had only mobilized the Azure Dragon True Qi and the Vermilion Bird True Qi. There was still 3 kinds of attribute True Qi left unused. This was also the reason why Xiao Ziliang and the others were feeling surprised. This time, Xiaoqiu had not fainted. He was still able to move. He very difficultly raised his head and looked at Chen Xiang with a look of admiration in his eyes. He had lost twice in the hands of Chen Xiang. He was truly impressed by Chen Xiang's strength. I admit defeat, Xiaoqiu said with difficulty. It was not because he was injured, but he had never thought that he would say such a thing. Peace Talks, a ballistic bunny, 30th chapter of this month. As Xiaoqiu threw in the towel, Chen Xiang slightly smiled and left. Xiaoqiu was lying on the ground, facing the sky. He was seriously injured. Although he was able to awaken his strength, it had been simply shattered under the Chen Xiang's thunderbolt cut. Chen Xiang took out a little bit of HELL spirit, GRAS, and shoved it into Xiaoqiu's tiny little mouth. Anyone with good eyesight among the audience could easily discern that it was HELL spirit, GRAS. This made many burst into exclamation one by one, admiring Chen Xiang's behavior. He even gave this kind of sacred herb to his opponent. This sort of magnanimity made many Nirvana realm martial artists secretly nod in appreciation. Soon after swallowing down the HELL spirit, GRAS, Xiaoqiu recovered enough of his strength for him to stand up. Humph! Xiaoqiu coldly snorted, but he soon followed up with a word of grat. Toot in low voice, thank you. In the end, you are still just a little monster. You cannot beat me. Chen Xiang laughed while he pressed his arm on Xiaoqiu's little head. This made Xiaoqiu clench his fist and stare at Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang, I want a wars. I plus P you as my teacher. Xiaoqiu shouted suddenly, which made the laughing Chen Xiang suddenly stop as though he had suddenly eaten a fly. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziliang, who was Russ, Plussing toward Xiao Chou, suddenly halted his footsteps with his mouth agape. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. Much to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chou wanted to take Qinxiang as his teacher. What kind of request was this? Anyone could see that after Xiao Chou had undergone the awakening, he was almost as strong as Qinxiang. He could be said to be at the same level as Qinxiang. Qinxiang's strength was far from enough to become his teacher. After blankly staring for a while, Xue Xianxian started giggling. "Little guy, later you should call me Mrs." "Does that mean he's going to call me Martial Aunt?" Lan Yulan also felt it was a little interesting. Furthermore, her eyes shone with an intelligent gleam. Lu Menjie knew what she was thinking. She was definitely thinking of taking Xiao Chou often for spars. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming both started secretly deliberating. If Xiao Chou became Qinxiang's student, then they would be his peers. He would become their junior brother. They were somewhat dumbfounded. No one had expected that things would develop like this. Xiao Chou suddenly knelt down and knocked a few times on the ground. Furthermore, his each knock was very heavy that drew a large crater on the ground. "Teacher!" Xiao Chou directly shouted, as he completely disregarded whether Qinxiang was going to agree or not. Qinxiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was going to his second apprentice, whose strength was comparable to his. Aren't you from the free immortal sea? Now you are wars. Plus ping me as your teacher. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Qinxiang, looking at Xiao Ziliang, said, "No. Uncle Xiao just promised me that he will arrange battle for me. I only fought for the free immortal sea. I never actually entered the free immortal sea." Xiao Chou replied. At this moment, he was looking at Qinxiang without any ounce of hatred in his eyes. Xiao Chou's atti too took a big turn, which made it Qinxiang difficult to accept for a while. However, he remembered Huang Jintian say that once the Herculean family guy firmly believed in you, that day would be your lucky day. Qinxiang's eyes turned bright as he slightly smiled and said, "Okay then, are you going to join the extreme martial sect?" "Same sect as your teachers." Gu Dongqin was secretly elated. Another monstrous talent was going to be added to the extreme martial sect, and it was one from the Herculean family. Xiao Ziliang had a bitter look on his face. Xiao Chou was a rare good seedling whom he had found after searching for a long time. Although he had not officially entered the free immortal sea, Xiao Ziliang was confident that one day he could hoodwink Xiao Chou into joining his sect. But Xiao Ziliang had never expected that Xiao Chou would be seized by Qinxiang. "Not a problem. Teacher, please once again accept your apprentice's salute." While speaking, Xiao Chou immediately knelt down once again and fiercely kowtowed. The entire square shook for a bit. At this time, many woke up from their stupor and burst into exclamations. Such a scene was rare. In the near future, such a master and apprentice could roam freely in the entire mortal world. Wu Keiming walked over with a big grin on his face. "Little guy, you are still seriously injured. Follow me to recuperate. Come, I will show you the extreme martial sect." Qinxiang said, "It's okay. Follow his arrangement. He is an elder there. If you want to be my apprentice, you need to listen to him. You cannot act like before." Xiao Chou was somewhat reluctant, but still nodded his head before he leaving with Wu Keiming. The fight was over. Everyone left with a variety of moods. Today's battle had been completely etched into their memories. Although it was just a fight between true martial realm martial artists, it still brought them a great deal of surprise. Especially Qinxiang. They firmly etched this name into their hearts. "Xiao Ziliang, how about you return to the extreme martial sect and sit down for a while with us?" Gu Dongqin smiled and said. Xiao Ziliang coldly snorted, but still followed Gu Dongqin to the extreme martial mysterious realm. Qinxiang also followed behind them. Lan Yulan also wanted to chase after them, but in the end, she left with Lu Menjie. She knew that in the future she could play with Xiao Chou. Inside the extreme martial sect, Xiao Ziliang drank a glass of wine and heaved a long sigh. It seemed as if he suddenly become much older. I used to fight the old madman, and now I am similarly fighting with his apprentice. Xiao Ziliang sighed mournfully. At this moment, he could not hate Qinxiang because he knew there were still many more things left to deal with, such as the approaching catastrophe. Gu Dongqin smiled and asked, "Do you want to meet him?" A look of horror appeared on Xiao Ziliang's face. "Hell no. Useless. I often go look for him," Qinxiang said in a despising tone. Naturally, he was unafraid of Xiao Ziliang, especially after he got to see how much Xiao Ziliang dreaded Huang Jintian. Apparently, Xiao Ziliang seemed to have encountered Huang Jintian's insane methods. "No wonder you are so abnormal." Xiao Ziliang's heart leaped. He had quite a bit of understanding in regards to Huang Jintian. Naturally, he was aware of how Huang Jintian would teach his apprentice. Gu Dongqin smiled and asked, "Xiao Ziliang, will you continue to work with us?" "Humph! In the Black Tortoise mysterious realm. Didn't you kill a few of my free Immortal Seas Nirvana realm martial artists? You have made me lose too much. What do you have to say about that?" Xiao Ziliang turned angry the instant he mentioned this matter. "Haha! Why don't you talk about the matter them trying to kill me? At that time we three taik. An S of the extreme martial sect were almost on death's door. If young martial uncle had not arrived at the opportune moment and taken action, perhaps the old madman might have already annihilated your free immortal sea." Gu Dongqin sneered. Xiao Ziliang looked at Qinxiang. He was shocked. Thinking about this matter, he just remembered that Qinxiang was able to use his true qi in the Black Tortoise mysterious realm. If so, then the Nirvana realm elders had probably all been killed by Qinxiang. Obviously, Tang Yichao, who had returned alive, would never mention this to anyone because it was far too shameful. He didn't dare to mention this. Impossible. I had told them they could never to resort to ruthless hands, Xiao Ziliang said with certainty. He was well aware of the consequences if Gu Dongqin and the others died. Huang Jintian's retribution was nothing to joke about. The old madman had always been one of strongest power of the extreme martial sect. "How would you know? Do you think I wanted to kill them? At that time, it was them who attacked in the most fearsome and gruesome manner. They had probably been encouraged by the true martial sect and the beast martial sect. You better go and ask Tang Yichao to clarify this matter," Qinxiang said. Upon hearing Qinxiang say so, Xiao Ziliang was secretly feeling helpless. At such a young age, Qinxiang had already killed so many Nirvana realm martial artists. Who in the world was going to believe this? If they have truly been killed by Qinxiang, what could Xiao Ziliang do? He dreaded the consequences he would have to face if he did something to Qinxiang. Isolated, Xiao Ziliang said. Upon hearing this, Gu Dongqin heaved a sigh of relief. His complexion suddenly turned heavy. "Xiao Ziliang, you often travel overseas. Do you know why some guys haven't come?" As Gu Dongqin asked this matter, a frown immediately appeared on Xiao Ziliang's face. He glanced at Qinxiang and said, "Little guy, you should leave now. It is better for you to stay away from this." Qinxiang realized from the solemn expression on Gu Dongqin and Xiao Ziliang's face that the matter was rather serious. He became extremely intrigued about it, but he didn't expect he would be driven out. Gu Dongqin forcefully coughed and said, "Young martial uncle, naturally there are reasons why Xiao Ziliang is asking you to leave." Qinxiang snorted, left in curiosity and anger. He suspected that Xiao Ziliang was aiming at him. "How about you turn into a bird and eavesdrop on them?" Su Meiyao suggested. Qinxiang was also planning to do this, but Long Shui suddenly poured cold water on him. "It's not going to be possible. The two of them have jointly laid down a barrier." It had not been long since he came out of the room, yet they had laid down a barrier. It was quite apparent how extraordinary this matter was. Are there many mainlands in the mortal martial world? If fewer people have arrived, what does this mean? Not to mention the entire mortal martial world, he didn't even completely understand just the Chimu mainland. The mortal martial world was just a mortal world in the countless mortal worlds. There were thousands upon thousands of mortal worlds, and generally only Nirvana realm and above martial artists had the strength to travel around the world. If one wanted to navigate the worlds, he would have to find some rifts to cross. There's so much more, but even I am not aware of the exact number. Since Gu Dongqin said that some people have not arrived, something must have definitely happened. Su Meiyao was also pondering about what might have happened which caused the people of the other mainlands to be unable to come. When Chen Xiang was fighting with Xiao Chou, he had discovered many Nirvana realm martial artists around. As far as he was concerned, it was already quite spectacular, but according to Gu Dongqin, it was far less. Bai Yu said, some of the mainlands are very small and are lacking in resources. And naturally they are lacking in strong experts. They might just have only one sect. Now it seems some small mainlands had sent a Nirvana realm dean and brought some apt disciples to attend the hero assembly. It was very hard to perceive the cultivation of Nirvana realm martial artists. So as Su Meiyao and the others weren't able to tell their cultivation, they naturally didn't know who was strong and who was weak. If they could perceive their strength, then they could tell with surety whether they had come from these barren mainlands or not. The strength of a sect could generally be gauged by looking at the number of disciples and Nirvana realm martial artists as well as the strength of the dean. That was why it was very difficult to determine at the moment. Sister Yu, you suspect that these powerful mainland has not sent anyone? Qin Xiang asked. The demon and devils were going to invade through the Chimu mainland. This was going to affect the entire mortal martial world. If these powerful mainlands were not going to help, didn't that mean that the Chimu mainland would be exterminated? Thinking of this point, Qin Xiang's heartbeat became erratic. He was still sitting at the entrance of the room. He truly wanted to know what Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming were discussing about. Su Meiyao said, Senior Sister's suspicion is not without any basis. After all, the mortal martial world is very vast. Gu Dongqin must have used some extreme martial sect's brilliant great equipment which had been handed down from the past to transmit information with speed of light to every corner of the mortal martial world. Yet after so many months, only a handful of people have arrived. Bai Yu pondered for a bit and said, how is it possible that the young disciples who have arrived are worse than the outstanding disciples of the Chimu mainland? There are more than 60 mainlands, and yet only a few of them have challenged. If there were disciples from those powerful mainlands, they would not have let the extreme martial sect's disciples win so many rounds. Previously, Chen Xiang from Gu Dongqin came to know that many disciples from other mainland had all challenged the extreme martial sect. Yet the extreme martial sects had won the majority of the fights. From this point, it was evident that the extreme martial sect strength was comparable to a few dozen mainlands who had arrived. At this time, Qin Xiang suddenly understood one point. Gu Dongqin had allowed the extreme martial sect's disciples to fight with the disciples of the other mainland, not only for the glory. He also wanted to take this opportunity to gauge the strength of these mainlands. Lu Menger had similarly taken Ling Yulan and Xue Xianxian to challenge everyone. Xiao Ziliang had also similarly made Xiao Chou seek opponents. Now, Chen Xiang was completely sure that they have all done this to assess how strong these people from other mainlands were. Things seems to be very serious. Qin Xiang suddenly felt that he was too young. His experience was too shallow. Now, he very much wished to know what this meant. He immediately arrived at the divine weapon shop. Since everyone here knew Qin Xiang and Xue Xianxian's relation, he was not stopped and freely arrived at the top floor. Today he came for Lu Menger. Maybe he could learn something. Realizing Qin Xiang had arrived, Xue Xianxian's body floated like a drifting smoke and arrived next to Qin Xiang. She laughed and said, "Where is your apprentice?" Why didn't you bring him to meet with us? Lang Yulan too was planning to make a few jokes, but noticing that Qin Xiang's complexion wasn't right, she asked, "Brother, what's the matter?" At this time, Xue Xianxian too noticed something was wrong. She took Qin Xiang's arm and asked, "Brother Xiang, what happened?" Qin Xiang heaved a little sigh, smiled, and caressed Xue Xianxian's face before looking at Lu Menger. "Sister Menger, I want to ask you something." After Lu Menger offered Qin Xiang to sit, she said, "What are you waiting for?" "Aren't the guys from the other mainland very weak?" Qin Xiang asked in a solemn tone. "You don't need to worry about this, Sai." Lu Menger was stupefied for a moment. She heaved a light sigh. "This thing is very complicated. Even if you know it will be useless because you can't do anything. Leave it to us, the Nirvana realm martial artists, to worry." Qin Xiang was startled, shook his head, and said, "I can't do that. I am a resident of the Qinwu mainland. I, too, like you, facing the dangerous situation. Furthermore, I have done plenty of things inside the 100,000 Devil Mountains, or else you won't be sitting here drinking tea with relief." Qin Xiang was indeed right. He had released Bai Ziqian in the 100,000 Devil Mountains, who had extinguished that powerful double-headed snake demon along with the army of evil demons, as a result of which the barrier disappeared. Otherwise, if the double-headed snake demon was alive, he would have brought that army of evil demons outside. Naturally, Lu Menger didn't know what Qin Xiang was talking about. And Qin Xiang, too, wanted to keep things about Bai Ziqian and the suppressing devil divine cultivation under wrap, so he also didn't say anything. "All right, I can only tell you that our Qinwu mainland is located in the Eastern Sea. In the Endless Sea, our mainland is like an island. Currently, only people from a few dozen mainlands have arrived, and these mainlands are weak in strength. You can say these mainlands are no bigger than the divine weapon Heavenly Empire, and their overall strength is very poor." Lu Menger helplessly sighed. She seemed to know some things. Qin Xiang knew Qinwu mainland was relatively big and fertile too. Otherwise, why else would it be so strong after so many years? Why else would it have so many powerful sects? Our Qinwu mainland is being isolated. Lu Menger bitterly smiled. "The will of martial arts way. The will of martial arts way. Bean Sprout 1730th chapter of this month." At this time, Lang Yulan and Xue Xianxian too realized the gravity of the situation. If only the Qinwu mainland was going to be defending at the start of the great battle with the demon and devil world, then the end could be imagined. Just a single Qinwu mainland resisting the two demon and devil world? This was simply throwing an egg against the rock. "Teacher, aren't there still those small mainlands? Haven't they arrived?" Xue Xianxian said. Lu Menger shook her head and said, "Yes, they have come. But you can't say they have truly arrived of their own volition. They have all been sent. Even if they came, it will be far from enough. 100,000 years ago, the entire mortal martial world had exhausted itself to resist the demon and devils. Only then was it possible to save so many mainlands. The mortal martial world has 4 sea domains pertaining to the east, west, north, and south. Each sea domain has no less than 10 mainlands, as strong as our Qinwu mainland. Furthermore, there are some which are even stronger than the Qinwu mainland. You are still very young and have not traveled to other mainlands. If you had, you would come to know that sects like Extreme Martial Sect are simply nothing in front of these forces." Nothing? Qin Xiang was having a difficult time understanding this. After all, Extreme Martial Sect's Gudonghen was a Nirvana realm martial artist who had crossed 8 tribulations. He could be regarded as a martial artist standing at the apex of the mortal world. How can it be nothing? Qin Xiang still could not believe it. Lu Menger said, "Does Qinwu mainland have any sect with more than 1,000 true martial realm disciples? Do we have a sect with about 10 Paris? I plus in golden body level elders? Paris, I plus in golden body level. It was the Nirvana realm martial artist who had crossed the 7th tribulation. a sect having as many as 10. Their strength could only be imagined. More than 1,000 true martial realm martial artists. That was 10 times as much as the extreme martial sect. If there was truly a sect like this, it was indeed a lot stronger than the extreme martial sect. Why didn't these sects come? Isn't it better to block the demons and devils here? Once the demons and devils start invading, and if they scatter to other mainlands, wouldn't it endanger many mainlands? Chen Xiang asked in a powerless voice. He already knew he was an insignificant character, but he didn't expect that in the world he was living would actually have so many powerful figures stronger than the extreme martial sect. 100,000 years back, it was indeed so, but men are not what they were in the times of long ago. Now, everyone clears away the snow only in front of their door. How can they still be like before? Lu Menger snorted. She too was feeling helpless in this matter. If so, once the demons and devils start invading, isn't our Chenwu mainland completely finished? Chun Xiang clenched his fists. Chenwu mainland was the home of countless civilians. And that's why and S of various sects are considering to evacuate, bring the core disciples, and enter some mysterious realm to take refuge inside. If not, they will all be exterminated. Now, Qin Xiang knew why Gu Dongqin and Xiao Ziliang didn't let him know about this. If the disciples came to know about this, or if this information was to spread to the civilians and they wanted to evacuate too, certainly the entire Chenwu mainland would be in a state of chaos. Chen Xiang, do you know this fierce battle is going to continue for at least 100 years, only relying on the forces of the Chenwu mainland? It would simply impossible to resist for so long. Lu Menger knew what Chen Xiang must have been feeling at this moment. After all, they had to give up their homeland to survive. They were simply letting their homeland be trampled by these demons and devils. Many civilians would be killed in this catastrophe. At that time, a river of blood was going to flow in the Chenwu mainland. It would simply become AHELL in the human world. Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan both were dispirited. It was simply the worst for them. They were martial artists, and the will of martial arts way was precisely to cut the demons, eliminate the devils, because according to the legends, in the ancient period, the demons, devils, and the humankind all resided in the same world. At that time, the humans were weak, while the demons and devils were innately powerful. All humankind had been enslaved by them. Some humans could not take it lying down, so they created the road of martial arts to resist the demons and devils and also get rid of any adverse situation they might face in the future. They wished to go against the heavens and create a world of their own. Chen Xiang, with a broken heart, returned to the extreme martial sect. He tended to his herb garden and left the extreme Dan King courtyard for the forbidden area. He wanted to see his teacher. When he became his apprentice, Huang Jintian had told him a lot about the will of martial arts way. He could still remember it very clearly. Huang Jintian was surprised to see Qin Xiang return so quickly. Looking at the crestfallen Qin Xiang, he didn't torture him and directly asked the reason for his dispirited mood. After Huang Jintian came to know the reason, he started laughing. Listening to Huang Jintian's insane laughter, Qin Xiang felt doubtful. "Teacher, why are you laughing? Is it very funny?" Qin Xiang asked. "Little rascal, you are too tender. This is certainly very funny. If someone goes against their martial arts will, they will be finally abandoned by the martial arts way. They will not have a good end. That's why no matter what happens, you firmly stick to your belief. Use the martial arts you have learned to fight till death." Huang Jintian laughed and said, "Since childhood, Qin Xiang held the martial arts way in awe and veneration because the martial arts way was extremely strong and could allow people to obtain strength, enable them to break SPAC and ascend to the heavenly realm. No one knew who created the martial arts way everywhere or when it began. Many didn't seem to care about it, and over time the sacred will of martial arts way was slowly forgotten. That was why many people who had obtained strength through cultivating in the way of martial arts did things which were contrary to the will of the martial arts way. It seems in the eastern sea only the Chinwu mainland almost remain unconquered. There is definitely some vicious guys manipulating the others from behind. Let me think, the eastern sea guys will definitely not be so stupid. They must know it would not do them any good if the Chinwu mainland fall. Huang Jintian stroked his long beard. His as deep as sea eyes glistened in an aura of wisdom. He was in the course of thinking about this. Chen Xiang knew his teacher was very formidable. At this moment, he was even more determined to stick to his belief till the end. Otherwise, the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade fused with his body would not forgive him. He felt the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, the black tortoise adamantal armor. These divine weapons were forged in light with the will of martial arts way. And the same was true for the suppressing devil divine exercise or any other divine exercises. If he went against the will of martial arts way, these divine exercises and divine weapons would abandon him. Huang Jintian suddenly sneered. His face unexpectedly revealed a trace of anger. This was the very first time he had seen his teacher angry. This made him shudder, even though Huang Jintian was only slightly angry. It must be the doing of those B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. Brat, you can leave now. You don't need to worry about this for long. The Chinwu mainland is not going to be finished. Tell little Featherhead that he doesn't need to worry about any forces. He can deal with this in his own way. Huang Jintian spoke while grabbing Chen Xiang and gave him a kick, kicking him out of the pit. Chen Xiang cursed several times before quickly leaving this place. He would like to go down, but he knew if he went again, he must suffer torture for a good several months before he could leave that HEL hole. When Chen Xiang arrived at the extreme Dan King courtyard, he unexpectedly found Wu Qianqian sitting at the entrance. She looked anxious. Noticing Qin Xiang was back, she quickly said, "Qin Xiang, Yao Haixing is beaten and is seriously injured." "What? Who was it?" Qin Xiang was furious, he yelled. He clenched his fists, which gave off a series of cracking of joints. Yao Haixing was his apprentice. Although they used to have some disagreements, they get along very well now. Whenever he has the time, he would guide Yao Haixing in alchemy. Now someone had beaten his apprentice. That was simply equal to hitting him in the face. Public indignation. Public indignation. Fingerfox 18/30, the chapter Wu Qianqian 2, wasn't aware of the exact details. Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong told her to quickly bring Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang followed Wu Qianqian to the King Martial Courtyard inside, where only Yun Xiaodao and the group were present. Wu Kaming and Gu Dongqin were both not here. Inside a room, with a pale complexion, Yao Haixing was lying on the bed. His breath was very weak. Apparently he had suffered a very serious injury. Witnessing such an appearance of Yao Haixing, Qin Xiang immediately took out a piece of HELL spirit GRA-S and fed it inside Yao Haixing's mouth. Although Yao Haixing was an alchemist in the same level, he could not be considered as a weak opponent. Such serious injuries were only possible if he had been besieged by many people or beaten by a very strong person till he was injured. "Did you report it to elders?" Qin Xiang asked. "We did, they just gave us a few dawn. But those elders dared not to take action against them." Yun Xiaodao looked completely furious. Zhu Rong sneered. Who would have thought that our extreme martial sex elders would actually be so good for nothing? They had been so scared by those few guys who were just in the 7th level of the true martial realm that they would not even dare to fart in front of them. F-U-C-K. Those guys are making me angry. It's all right that they didn't even dare to fart, but when we were planning on going, they even stopped us. In the King Martial Courtyard, Hao Dongqing and Yao Haixing were elders for the young disciples. However, they socialized with Yun Xiaodao and the group and were very familiar with each other. Lian Mingdong said, Uncle Hao was blamed and was taken away by the elders. If it was Elder Wu, he would absolutely not do such a thing. Wu Kaming had taken Xiao Cho to recuperate. They didn't even know where he was. As for Gu Dongqin, he was discussing some important things with Xiao Ziliang. There was no need to mention about Elder Dan G. Oh, Dee knows where she was. Chen Xiang, too, had not seen her for a very long while. Tell me exactly what happened. Chen Xiang slightly took a breath. He knew that the people who had injured Yao Haixing were extraordinary, or else the extreme martial sect's elders would not be so scared of them. Uncle Yao is awake. You can ask him. Su Weilong said. Yao Haixing felt his body recovering at an Astonese. Plussing speed. When he noticed that Chen Xiang was here, he immediately knew that Chen Xiang must have given him the H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S. Teacher. Yao Haixing gratefully shouted. Tell me who beat you up and what happened. Chen Xiang asked. His complexion was very calm, but those who were familiar with him all knew that he was very furious inside. It is also the time when he was reckless. In this state, he would even dare to go against the world. Yao Haixing heaved a long sigh. It was a group of 7 people dressed in golden robes. They were extremely strong and extremely arrogant as well. In the trading square, I found a spirit herb that looked like a black stone. Black wood, a spirit herb used for refining high-grade, profound level Dan. It is very precious, Chun Xiang said. With regards to spirit herbs, his knowledge was vast. The trading square was a place where people came from various places and set their stalls. Many liked to go this place. Sometimes, if one's luck is good, one could find a very precious thing just by spending a very meager sum. No doubt, Yao Haixing found the blackwood. Right, my blackwood could at least sell for 30 million crystal stones. The teacher should know of its value. Chun Xiang nodded his head. The black wood was a very strange wood. It could be used as a spirit herb or be used to refine an equipment that could calm one's mind. Furthermore, when refining a high-grade, profound level Dan, as long as a rice grain size of black wood was added to the furnace, it would add an effect of promoting one's divine sense. It was incredibly precious. When I arrived at the entrance of the extreme marital sect, after buying the black wood, I was attacked by 7 gold robe-wearing individuals. In just a short span of time, they had beaten me to the point where I suffered some serious injuries. By the time some of the elders in Xiao Dao and the group arrived, I was already unconscious. They, in order to rob the black wood, did this in front of so many extreme martial sect disciples. They directly had my storage pouch. Yao Haixing was extremely furious. He tightly clenched the futon. Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and the others were all angry as well. Boss, let's go and beat those few BASTARDS who injured Uncle Yao. Otherwise, for what did I became powerful? Blue veins had already appeared on Lei Xionglin's forehead as he angrily said, Elder Brother Chen, let's go. No matter how big the background of those guys is, I'm with you. Tit for tat. We must rob back Uncle Yao's stuff. Yun Xiaodao took out a sword and tightly clasped a tilt. Usually, Zhu Rong was timid, but now he too didn't show any weakness. Not only we must rob it back, we must also pummel them to the ground. I will also go, Wu Qianshan said. Usually, she would socialize with them. She too had feelings. She could not just sit back and watch. Su Weilong, Lei Zhong, Lian Mingdong, all of them nodded their head in succession. If at that time we were all here, we could have saved Uncle Yao, but we were stopped by a few elders. Su Weilong's voice was incomparably cold. This was also the reason why everyone was so furious. Okay, let's go. Chen Xiang faintly smiled. His eyes flashed with a sliver of ruthlessness. Yao Haixing was very moved. He did not want Chen Xiang and the group to take any risks because those people had mysterious and powerful backgrounds. Or else, why would several elders of extreme martial sect be afraid of them? However, no matter what Yao Haixing said, Chen Xiang and the group did not pay any attention to him, left the room and closed the door. As they arrived at the courtyard, they noticed an old man was bringing Xiao Chou over. Elder Wu. Chun Xiang in his heart was elated. If Xiao Chou, this little monster, was added to their group, he would naturally be not afraid of anything. He said he needed to find the dean to discuss some important matter, so he made this old man bring him here. Xiao Chou looked at Qin Xiang and respectfully said. Now he would even prostrate before Qin Xiang in admiration. After the old man left, Qin Xiang said in a serious tone, "Little rascal, your senior brother is lying inside that room. His things had been stolen by some guys, and they had also seriously injured him. What do you think? How should we deal with them?" Xiao Chou was definitely not an idiot. Witnessing the complexion of everyone behind Qin Xiang, he knew that Qin Xiang was about to have a big fight, and Xiao Chou very much liked fighting. For sure he was going to support this approach. What about it? Whatever they did to my senior brother, we should do the same. Teacher, count me in. I have almost recovered from my injuries. Xiao Chou's face was filled with ruthlessness. Only now did Qin Xiang notice that Xiao Chou was absent of his towering braid, and instead had become completely bald. What happened to your hair? Did Elder Wu shaved you? Qin Xiang caressed his tiny bald head. He said my braid was too arrogant. He made me shaved it off. Xiao Chou pouted his lips. Apparently, it was done against his wish. Qin Xiang secretly despised Wu Kaming, that old baldy. He unexpectedly removed that cute towering braid. Noticing Xiao Chou's arrival, Yun Xiaodao and the group were even more excited. He made them even more courageous. However, they also knew that they would not get to have their share of fighting. Maybe Xiao Chou would settle everything alone. Let's go! Qin Xiang with everyone walked out of the King Martial courtyard. After Yao Haixing was injured, Zhu Rong immediately started investigating where they lived and found out their room of residence in the city. When they were just about to walk out of the extreme martial sect's entrance, suddenly 4 old men flew over. They were all extreme martial sect's elder. Qin Xiang immediately knew these must be the elder who had stopped Yin Xiaodao and the group. You cannot annoy those people. An elder coldly said. Even if Qin Xiang was here, he didn't place him in the eyes. Master and disciples together. Master and disciples together. Finger Fox, 1930th, chapter. Qin Xiang was very furious in his heart. If not for these elders stopping the group at that time, perhaps Yao Haixing might not have had his things stolen. It was quite clear that these elder connived with the robbers of Yao Haixing, or else why would Yao Haixing be seriously injured? Qin Xiang found these elders unfamiliar. He had never seen them before. Looking at their arrogant appearances, Qin Xiang found it even more strange. After all, these elders were only in the 9th level of true martial realm. Much to his surprise, they didn't even place him and Xiao Chou in their eyes. Qin Xiang was in the 7th level of the true martial realm. If he used all his strength, coupled with the Azure Dragon's slaughtering devil blade, he had not an ounce of fear facing any 9th level true martial realm martial artist. I want to know why you didn't save Yao Haixing. Not only did you not save him, you also had the gall to block his friends who were going to save him. What were you thinking? As an elder, you actually watched your own sect's disciple getting robbed by others. Moreover, even allowed him to be seriously injured. Qin Xiang clenched his fists. The true qi in his body secretly started surging. He was furious, because they are the disciples of the Sacred Light Temple. Have you ever heard of the Sacred Light Temple? We absolutely cannot offend this kind of powerful influence, that's why. Bulls. HI+T. If it was the dean, those guys who had beaten Yao Haixing would have already been annihilated. No matter how strong they are, since they dared to rob my extreme martial sect's disciple in front of the extreme martial sect, my extreme martial sect should not hesitate to make them pay for this. You 4 are useless scoundrels who are nothing more than lackeys of that Motherf. You, see, King Sacred Light Temple. You do not deserve to be a member of the extreme martial sect. You are Fu, see, King Elders. I spit. Qin Xiang angrily cursed. At this moment, Yun Xiaodao and the group felt very happy, while Xiao Chou was also preparing to fight. Let's go. I'm ashamed to see my extreme martial sect has such cowardly elders. Chun Xiang coldly shouted as he continued walking towards the entrance. At this time, Su Meiyao said, "If I remember it correctly, the Sacred Light Temple seems to be one of the powerful influence in the Eastern Sea. I think their mainland was called Sacred Light Continent. It is 10 times bigger than the Chimu mainland. Rumor has it that during the previous Great Battle of Three Realms, there was an influence who fought zealously to make the demons and devils retreat. That's why it was renamed as Sacred Light Temple. I don't remember what it used to be called. Whatever. They beat my apprentice. I am going to make them pay." Chun Xiang ignored the other stuff and threw it at the back of his mind. Bai Yuyu continued, "Since the Sacred Light Temple guys are here, it is highly likely that they must be behind the isolation of the extreme martial sect. Didn't your teacher say that it must be the doing of those BASTARDS? The Sacred Light religion is quite powerful and prosperous in the Eastern Sea. It is impossible for them to have no ambitions. Perhaps the Sacred Light religion had already subjugated the other mainlands. However, it is not so easy to grab the Chimu mainland." Chun Xiang's eyebrows interlocked with each other as a frown appeared on his forehead. He knew that there was sure to be a conspiracy, but how could he have known that it was actually the Sacred Light religion who was behind all of this? "Chun Xiang, in the younger generation you are indeed very strong, but you should not be too arrogant. You don't even dare to listen to our orders, but also dared to curse us." An elder appeared in front of Chun Xiang. "FUC, King Lackey, get the FUC, out of my way. No matter how powerful the other's influence is, you should not watch your own disciples get robbed in front of your own sect. UFUC, King Scoundrel, you even stopped the other guys who were planning to save him. You wanted to let them rob Yao Haixing. So what if I have cursed you? From the looks of it, you cannot wait to wag your tail in front of the Sacred Light Temple." Chun Xiang once again started cursing. "Stop right there!" An elder angrily shouted as a wilted old arm grabbed towards Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang angrily roared. As his anger erupted, his slaughter chi covered the sky and the earth. An azure light flashed. Suddenly, in his hand appeared the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, and at lightning speed cut down the extended arm of that old man. "Shao Cho attack, cripple these BASTARDS!" Chun Xiang furiously said. Slaughter chi soared from his entire body. All the anger he had been suppressing in his head broke out in advance. When he thought of these elders intentionally letting Yao Haixing get robbed, which led him into getting seriously injured, the anger in his heart erupted like the countless volcano. His anger had reached the utmost limit. Upon hearing Chun Xiang's order, the awakened power inside his body also burst out. The Herculean blood inside his body was seething. He could feel Chun Xiang's anger. The 4 elders hadn't expected that Chun Xiang would actually be so bold. He even dared to resist them. They didn't know that Chun Xiang's teacher was Huang Jintian, or how many Nirvana realm martial artists he had killed alone, or Gudong Qin, and Wu Keiming had to call Chun Xiang as the martial uncle. Or else they would also not look down upon Chun Xiang. Both of Chun Xiang's eyes turned blood red, as if 2 groups of blood-red flames were burning. The azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade in his hand, burst out with an even more violent aura which made the 4 elders shudder. After the elder's arm was cut off by Chun Xiang, he first felt an excruciating pain. Then he was shocked. He saw Chun Xiang waved that giant blade which was overflowing with tyrannical aura towards him. Chun Xiang had used an adequate strength. He infused the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade with the 5 elements universe true chi. Using that huge blade body, he ruthlessly slapped that elder's cheek. Half of the extreme martial sect fiercely quaked from the impact when Chun Xiang's power erupted. After the elder's cheek was thrashed by Chun Xiang's blade with a thunderbolt-like momentum, his whole body flew out and crashed into a thick wall far away. Whether he was dead or alive remained unknown. Xiao Cho also pounced the moment when Qin Xiang waved his blade, followed by a childlike roar as a frightening power erupted from his body like a storm. From the subsequent energy waves emanating from Xiao Cho, the bricks around him were smashed to pieces. His fist heavily punched an elder's face. Immediately after he punched with his pair of fists, in an instant, he had punched out a few dozen times that pounded upon the elder's body, which gave rise to a crackling like noise. Apparently, his bones had been broken. After Xiao Cho had his strength awakened, he had stepped into the 7th level of the true martial realm. If a common 9th level true martial realm had not made any preparation, he would definitely be thrashed and seriously injured. In just an instant, Xiao Cho had punched a few dozen times and broke the elder's bones. The elder spew out blood from injuries. You. Another elder was horrified. They had just returned to the extreme martial sect from their travels in the overseas. As they had lived in the extreme martial sect for a long time, they were made elders. Because of their old age, they usually could not do anything. Afterwards, they went to the Sacred Light continent. Because they socialized with the Sacred Light Temple's disciples for too long, they slowly came to dislike the extreme martial sect. They blamed their inability to break through to the extreme state on the extreme marital sect. They thought as they are elders, the extreme martial sect would not blame them. Not to mention, they very much dreaded the Sacred Light Temple. And besides, there was the hate they had for the extreme martial sect. That's why such a scenario of Yao Haixing getting seriously injured took place. Qin Xiang and Xiao Cho acted at the same time, and even without any barrier. As a result, they had caused quite a bit of movement. The entire extreme martial sect had been shaken by the burst of power. In just a few seconds, Qin Xiang and Xiao Cho had thrashed the two elders. This kind of strength not only made the remaining two elders feel horrified, even Yun Xiaodao and the group were similarly shocked. It was not the first time that they had witnessed Qin Xiang ravage some powerful guy, but every time they would similarly feel shocked. Not to mention Xiao Cho was accompanying him. This kind of shocking scene made their hearts shudder. Sacred Light Temple. Sacred Light Temple. Fingerfox, 2030th chapter. F.U.C. King Ingrates. Qin Xiang sneered as he started walking towards the two elders. Just as they were within their reach, a white brilliance emerged from Xiao Chao's body. His body was like an arrow of light that charged at the two elders. As his pair of fists sent a punch each, two white light flashed out from his tiny fists and transformed into two huge rings of white light and landed upon two elders. Whether it was the speed or the strength, Xiao Cho had surprised Qin Xiang. He thought that the current Xiao Cho was very powerful, and even if he used all his power, perhaps it would be difficult for him to defeat Xiao Cho again. Xiao Chao's punches were truly powerful. After he punched out, not only did the two elders flew out, the subsequent momentum from the fist tore the ground away, thereby creating two gullies. The four elders were in the 9th level of the true martial realm, yet Qin Xiang and Xiao Cho had so easily dealt with them. Witnessing their strength, Zhu Rong and the group were secretly shocked. They just wanted to take action. The four elders were already lying on the ground. What happened? It was Gu Dongqin's voice. Although he was inside the extreme martial mysterious realm, he still paid attention to the outside situations, let alone such a large, continuous disturbance. Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, and Xiao Zhiliang simultaneously arrived in front of Qin Xiang and the group and looked at the havoc Qin Xiang and Xiao Cho caused in their wake. "Did you fight here?" Gu Dongqin said with a frown. He had noticed that the ground was littered with bloodstains. An arm was even lying there. As for the four elders, they had already flown away somewhere from Qin Xiang and Xiao Chao's strike. Wu Keiming looked around before he suddenly disappeared. In just a few seconds, he had thrown four old men with a painful look on the ground. Gu Dongqin looked at the four elders lying on the ground and once again swept a glance at Qin Xiang along with Yin Xiaodao and the group. He could not understand why would Chun Xiang clashed with these 4 elders, and from the looks of it, Qin Xiang was furious. He for the very first time had seen Qin Xiang so angry. Humph! Qin Xiang looked at the 4 old men moaning on the ground and angrily snorted. Then he laid it all one by one about Yao Haixing to Gu Dongqin and the others. Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, and Xiao Ziliang's complexion turned solemn, while Gu Dongqin tightly clenched his fists. With eyes full of murderous aura, he looked at the 4 elders on the ground. Seeing that Gu Dongqin was so angry, the 4 elders could not help but shudder. I have never maltreated you and even made you elders. I also felt regret that you were not able to break through, but you should be well aware that the fault lies in you. I made you all elders, even let you receive the generous benefits of an elder without doing anything. Was it still not enough? Why did you treat my extreme martial sect's disciple like this? Gu Dongqin coldly said, Dean, we were only thinking about the bigger picture and did not want to provoke the Sacred Light Temple. Bulls. HI+T. I think you just wanted to use this little action to please the Sacred Light Temple so that you can enter the Sacred Light Temple. You don't want to provoke the Sacred Light Temple. Then what about by extreme martial sect's disciple? Why should he get robbed without any reason? Or be seriously injured? What about the dignity of my extreme martial sect? The more Gu Dongqin spoke, the more he got angry. His voice was flooding in anger. His facial features were distorted from anger. Furthermore, you let him get robbed as well as get injured by other sect disciples in front of the extreme martial sect's entrance. Get the FUCK out! Gu Dongqin madly roared and waved his arm, smacking all 4 elders away as they disappeared into the horizon. In accordance with the rules of the extreme martial sect, they need to be executed on the spot. But thinking of the contribution that they had made to the extreme martial sect, I gave them the chance to turn over a new leaf and only expelled them out of extreme martial sect. Even if Gu Dongqin got angry, it won't do him any good. But he felt that the entire extreme martial sect had been slapped on its face. Little Gu, do you really want to go against the Sacred Light Temple? Xiao Ziliang asked. Qin Xiang now realized that Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming seemed to be aware of the conspiracy of the Sacred Light Temple. Qin Xiang sneered. Sacred Light Temple wants to unify the Eastern Sea. Will you sit back and watch them do this? I know that under their rule, we will be nothing more than dogs running here, and they're on their beck and call. Listening to Qin Xiang, Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, and Xiao Ziliang were all speechless. They couldn't fathom how Qin Xiang knew all this. They also thought that Qin Xiang was right. They have long been aware of the Sacred Light Temple's ambition. Who told you? Gu Dongqin could not help but ask. Forbidden area. Qin Xiang snorted. Huang Jintian never told him this. It was all based on a lysis of Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, as well as some speculation from his conversation with Lu Menger. From Gu Dongqin's and Xiao Ziliang's complexion, Qin Xiang knew that their guesses were not far off from the truth. What did that old madman say? Gu Dongqin, using the divine sense, asked Qin Xiang. He told me to tell you that you don't need to be afraid of any forces. You should act accordingly with your faith. Qin Xiang immediately replied. Huang Jintian had indeed said so. Gu Dongqin glanced at Xiao Ziliang and nodded his head at Xiao Ziliang, then said, Elder Wu, we will leave with these little rascals and look for those Sacred Light Temple guys. In case things took a turn for worse, we will act. Xiao Ziliang harumphed and said, I'm not going to follow you into this mad endeavor. I don't have some old madman behind me. I currently don't want to have any clashes with the Sacred Light Temple. Xiao Ziliang, after finished speaking, left. His free immortal sea was still very young and could not afford to toss things around, unlike the extreme martial sect, who had concealed a large part of its strength. Let's go. I presume that you knew where those 7B, AS, TA, DS are at. We will show them what we are made of and let them know that our extreme martial sect is nothing that could be trifled with. Gu Dongqin clenched his fists and proudly said. Qin Xiang and the group were incredibly surprised because Gu Dongqin had not only not stopped them, he was also planning to join them. The excitement they felt were Russ. H.I. plussing to their heads. As far as the Sacred Light Temple was concerned, Yun Xiaodao and the group were all oblivious to it. However, they had heard Chen Xiang say that the Sacred Light Temple wanted to unify some Eastern Sea. From this they could guess that it was anything far from good. They also didn't ask too much. Although they were quite intimate with Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming, they had always held these two tight. Oh, and S&all. The Sacred Light Temple is one of the forces of the Sacred Light Continent. The entire Sacred Light Continent is under their control, and the Sacred Light Continent is 10 times bigger than our Qinwu mainland. All the resources that are in the Sacred Light Temple's grasp, whether it is dawn or equipment, all are being controlled by the Sacred Light Temple. The cultivation resources are sold at exorbitant prices, because of which they are raking in plenty of crystal stones and in possession of abundant resources. Gu Dongqin along the way informed Qin Xiang and the group about the Sacred Light Continent. Many of the martial artists of the Sacred Light Continent are going through a tremendous amount of suffering which cannot be expressed in words. Even the civilians are not spared. And if somebody is regarded highly by the Sacred Light Temple, he was in luck. Truly powerful martial artists have all been captured by the Sacred Light Temple. If someone disagrees with them, the Sacred Light Temple will use various ways to kill the martial artist or expel them out of the Sacred Light mainland. When Chen Xiang and the group heard this, they could not help but S.H.I. plus murmur in anger. The Sacred Light Temple was simply squeezing countless people dry to let a handful of people obtain all the benefits. They were cultivating at someone else's expense. If so, then all the resources would be grabbed by them and they could foster many powerful martial artists, and then use these very martial artists to suppress the others who wanted to revolt. And those Taik, and S of the Sacred Light Temple were getting the most benefit. Blood for blood. Blood for blood, hi guys. So I was not able to finish 30 chapters last month. Anyway, from now on we will follow each week with a schedule of 6 chapters. While I try to finish the sponsored chapters slowly this month. And please check out my Patreon page. 1/6 chapter of this week. Bean Sprout enjoy! If they suck, you bed to the Sacred Light Temple, then maybe the entire Qinwu mainland too would similarly follow their footsteps. The Sacred Light Temple's people in power always felt it was not enough. They were worried that their status would be threatened. So, on one hand, they developed the Sacred Light Temple strength, while on the other they infiltrated many mainlands overseas and took control of them. Since a long time ago, it had been their ambition. I just did not think that they will so soon reign in other mainlands of the Eastern Sea. If so, then isn't it very hard on the residents of the Sacred Light Continent? Will it keep on going? Wu Qianqian asked. No, this is not going to always be so. Someday their sun will set. Any influence similar to Devil Path sect, sooner or later, will have to perish. Plus this time they had prevented many powerful mainlands from coming and partic. 1. P. aiding in the hero S. Semli. It's clear that they want us to feel isolated, hoping we would seek refuge with them. They don't want to have any forces in the entire Eastern Sea to threaten their position. Wu Keiming said. Gu Dongqin smiled. The Sacred Light Temple was established far later than the extreme martial sect. Although in the fight with the demons and devils 100,000 years ago, they have earned a substantial amount of meritorious service. This time the Sacred Light Temple is unlike before. Chen Xiang calmed down upon noticing the smile on Gu Dongqin's face. He realized that Gu Dongqin must still have some ways of escape, especially when it came to the secret strength of the extreme martial sect, which, when he asked Huang Jintian about, he was only told that it was a secret which can only be revealed to the extreme martial sect's dean. Qin Xiang and the group arrived in front of a house. Xiao Cho immediately went forward and kicked the door, thereby SMAs. Plussing the entire door into pieces. The mongrels of Sacred Light Temple get the F-U-C-K out and kowtow to admit your mistake. As Chun Xiang shouted a large ma, S of azure, true chi spewed out from his mouth, which completely wrecked whatever remained of the gate. This was a bare-naked provocation. When the pedestrians on the street saw Qin Xiang creating trouble, they immediately went far away. Because the last time in the Fragrant City, when Qin Xiang fought with Xiao Chou, he had completely wrecked the entire square. The memories of that scene still haunted them. No one wanted to get affected again. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming glanced at each other before suddenly disappearing from the scene. They jumped far away and watched everything unfold. If they were here, the Sacred Light Temple would definitely run away. They wanted to publicly teach a lesson to the Sacred Light Temple, which would be rendered impossible due to their presence. That was why they wanted Qin Xiang and the group to act. Young martial uncle, you are allowed to destroy the house, but just the house. The rest is up to you. When Gu Dongqin left, he transmitted the message to Qin Xiang using divine sense. From the inside, 7 people clothed in a gorgeous golden dress walked out. Each and every one of them kept a straight face while their eyes were filled with an ominous gleam. They gave off the impression of a murderer. They are nothing, just in 6th and 7th level of the true martial realm. Long Xue spoke in disdain. One of the Sacred Light Temple's disciples shouted in anger, "Who are you? Don't you know that you will have to pay with your life for doing something like this?" Just as the man finished speaking, Qin Xiang gave a glance at Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou understood what Qin Xiang wanted him to do. He immediately swooped over. Just in half a blink of an eye, Xiao Chou's ruthless punch landed upon that man's abdomen. The power behind the punch was extremely strong. As its power invaded that man's body, it violently raged inside, thereby destroying everything within. The man immediately spewed a mouthful of blood. The dress covering his body was suddenly shredded to pieces as blood, followed by Xiao Chou's strength, gushed out from the pores of his body. The man flew out and crashed into a pillar as he lost his conscience. It could be said that Xiao Chou went lightly, or else the entire house would have been wrecked. He just crippled the Sacred Light Temple's disciple and nothing else. Before this, for the thing you have robbed in front of the extreme martial sect's entrance, you must pay it with your blood. Qin Xiang had his hand behind his back. Xiao Chou was rather strong. There was already no need for him to get involved. He was very pleased to have such an apprentice. The remaining 6 men were even more furious. Much to their surprise, the extreme martial sect's disciples actually dared to move their hands on them. Qin Xiang? Xiao Chou? A Sacred Light Temple's disciples spoke coldly. The fame of these two gave rise to much discussion. For sure they would recognize them. At this point, the 6 golden-robed men had been surrounded by Yun Xiaodao and the group. They could not let them escape, even though they knew they won't have the need to take action. More than that, they wanted to teach the disciples of the Sacred Light Temple a lesson. Correct, it's us. You have robbed my apprentice and even injured him. I now came to have his revenge as well as take back the thing which you have stolen while crippling all of you. Xiao Chou attack. Once Qin Xiang gave the signal, Xiao Chou once again attacked. Xiao Chou was in the 7th level of the true martial realm. His strength was not far from any 9th level true martial realm martial artist. Although he looked like a child, he was in no way lacking in any power or speed. Just as Xiao Chou attacked, Qin Xiang's body trembled slightly. Everyone only felt a burst of dense water attributed true qi spreading around them as the Sacred Light Temple's disciples suddenly had their body wrapped around by a few water vines, tightly wrapped around their body, making it difficult for them to move. If your extreme martial sect is going to act like this, you are looking for your own destruction. Our Sacred Light Temple will not let you off. As far as the extreme martial sect, In the eyes of our sacred light temple, you are nothing more than an ant. You're definitely going to regret. A disciple was greatly startled. He involuntarily shouted in a voice full of fear. Chun Xiang smacked his hand, which was followed by a deafening noise. The Sacred Light Temple's disciple let out a blood-curdling scream as he spewed teeth along with blood. You want to remain stubborn. Chun Xiang once again smacked a palm. These Sacred Light Temple's disciple weren't Xiao Chou. Facing Chun Xiang's shocking heaven palm, they were nothing more than tofu. As Chun Xiang slapped him twice, the Sacred Light Temple's disciple lost all his teeth, but he was not dead. While Xiao Chou, also like Chun Xiang, slapped two other disciples. Everybody attack, pummel them to the ground. You don't need to act leniently to guys like these. Do they think they are unmatched in the world? Don't they look down upon my extreme martial sect? I am not going to make them pay twice for what they have done. I'm going to completely crush them, letting them know that the dignity of my extreme martial sect is inviolable. Chun Xiang's voice was filled with endless slaughter chi that even infected Yun Xiaodao and the others. Their punches and kicks, filled with their entire strength, hailed upon those 6 Sacred Light Temple's disciples. Chun Xiang exactly wanted to have this kind of effect. Since the Sacred Light Temple's disciples robbed in broad daylight at the site of extreme martial sect, it was nothing more than an insult for the extreme martial sect. Now, Chun Xiang wanted to make them pay everything back and also let the Sacred Light Temple feel an utmost shame. In a short while, the 6 Sacred Light Temple's disciples were heavily injured from everyone's punches and kicks. As Chun Xiang withdrew the water vine, all 6 keeled over. Ruthlessly trample them. Just don't kill them. While speaking, Chun Xiang fiercely stepped on the Sacred Light Temple's disciples. In doing so, he had undoubtedly declared war with the Sacred Light Temple on behalf of the entire extreme martial sect. This was also supported by Gu Dongqin. Zhu Rong had already picked up the storage equipment on them. After they found Yao Haixing's items, they set it on to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang didn't need the rest of the stuff, as he was not lacking in any of these now. Stop! An angry voice abruptly came as an oppressive pressure like a mountain, which was pressing on their shoulder, also fell upon Chun Xiang and the group. It made them feel extremely unbearable. Continue. As Gu Dongqin's calm voice appeared, Chun Xiang and the group had their pressure relieved. They continued to trample upon those 6 Sacred Light Temple's disciples. The Sacred Light Temple Pope. The Sacred Light Temple Pope. Fingerfox, hi guys. Remember to check out my Patreon page. 6th chapter of this week. Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, both appeared behind Chun Xiang and the group, while at the same time, a middle-aged man garbed in a golden robe appeared before Chun Xiang and the group. Chun Xiang and the group stopped. The 6 Sacred Light Temple's disciples had already been beaten black and blue. They were left completely unrecognizable. Although they weren't dead, it would not be wrong to say that they were better off dead. The middle-aged man of the Sacred Light Temple was extremely strong. Although appearance-wise he looked plain, he had an oppressive aura on him. At this moment, his entire face was distorted from anger as he ferociously glared at Gu Dongqin. Gu Dongqin, you're just one extreme martial sect. I'll make you regret this. The golden-robed, middle-aged man spoke while grimacing his teeth in anger. Qin Zijuan, I think you already know that it was your Sacred Light Temple's disciples who were in the wrong first. We were just taking revenge, that's all. It was perfectly justified. Gu Dongqin sneered. Chun Xiang and the group went behind Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming. If Chun Xiang was not wrong, then this golden-robed middle-aged man was the Pope of the Sacred Light Temple, who was not any weaker than Gu Dongqin. Qin Zijuan looked at the disciples who were on the ground moaning and crying for help. He frowned. He waved his hand, and a golden palm burst out and blasted all 6 disciples that were on the ground. Not even a dreg remained of them. Disgraceful things. After Qin Zijuan angrily shouted, he looked at Gu Dongqin. Do you still don't know your own situation? Witnessing Qin Zijuan's vicious act against the disciples of his own sect, Qin Xiang and the group secretly felt guseb. MPS exploding all over their skin. Now, they didn't have an ounce of goodwill left for the Sacred Light Temple. But of course, moreover, I also know that it was your doing. Gu Dongqin's eyes were filled with murderous intention. He tightly clenched his fists. Apparently, he was extremely furious regarding this matter. Qin Zijuan pursed his lips as a ruthless smile appeared on his face. Gu Dongqin, when the hero assembly is going to convene, as long as the sects of your Qinwu mainland completely surrender to the Sacred Light Temple, you will still have a way out. Otherwise, you yourself are going to defend this place and deal with those demons and devils. The Sacred Light Temple wanted to unify the Eastern Sea under them. Now it seemed that only the Qinwu mainland was left. If the Qinwu mainland was reined in by the Sacred Light Temple, perhaps the Qinwu mainland would be no different than the Sacred Light continent. It would also turn into a gloomy world. Just wait and watch. Your Sacred Light Temple is just a frog in the well, in the mortal martial realm. It's just not your Sacred Light Temple who is the strongest. It appeared that Gu Dongqin had no iota of worry, which made Qin Xiang uncertain. He knew that Gu Dongqin had some tricks in the bag, but the Sacred Light Temple had currently unified all the major forces of the Eastern Sea. The Qinwu mainland in front of the Sacred Light Temple was just an insignificant character. Rest assured, sooner or later I will rule the entire mortal martial world. Qin Zijuan madly laughed before he turned into a golden light and disappeared from the scene. Inside the house, there was still a Sacred Light Temple disciple remaining. Qin Xiang and the group also didn't bother to pay any attention to him and followed Gu Dongqin and Wu Caming back to the extreme martial sect. Qin Xiang followed everyone to the King Martial Courtyard and paid a visit to Yao Haixing before returning back to the extreme Dan King Courtyard. He continued on with his usual routine, took care of the herbs in his small herbal garden. There was still some time before the hero assembly. As for the exact date, that still remained undecided. Most probably it depended on Gu Dongqin's decision. Qin Xiang too was in antic. Piation for that day because it was the very day on which the extreme martial sect was going to unveil its true strength. That guy called Qin Zijuan had crossed 8 tribulations. But why does he have such a narrow view? He actually wants to rule the mortal world. Does he not wish to ascend to the heavenly realm? Qin Xiang said while irrigating the white jade lotus bud. It's easy for you to say. Even if it is Gu Dongqin, they might have to stay in the mortal world for a very long time. He will wait until he has the adequate strength, dealt with the matters of extreme martial sect, handed over the mantle of Dean, and only then would he attract the 9th tribulation. And after crossing it, he would immediately ascend. This period requires a very long time. You can even say that it could even take him 10 millennia. Su Meiyao explained. After reaching the Nirvana realm, the life of a martial artist was very long, but it was not eternal. If they could not have a breakthrough at an opportune moment, their body would slowly grow old. Wu Caming was the perfect example of this. That's why in the same Nirvana realm, there were some who looked young and some who looked old. If he could rule the entire mortal world, he will have all the resources of the entire mortal world in his grasp, which will allow him to have a better chance in crossing the 9th tribulation. Many martial artists who had crossed the 6th, 7th, and the 8th tribulation all think like this. That's why they all chose to be obedient to Qin Zijuan. This way, they can easily obtain plenty of resources. The Nirvana realm martial artists are the strongest martial artists in the mortal world. As long as they so wish, they could deter the civilians of a mainland. But this is a nightmare for the rest of the people of the mortal world. By doing so, they would reduce the number of martial artists. Bai Yu said, the mortal world was vast, and so was its population. If the denizens as well as the entire resources were controlled by just a handful of people, then this small group could obtain plenty of herbs, ores, crystal stones, and whatnot. Many of the cultivation resources would be out of reach for ordinary martial artists. This way, they would have a greater chance to survive their nirvana tribulation. Chun Xiang was currently in the process of refining many hundred beasts Dan. At present, he was not only raising one little greedy dragon, he was also raising a chatterbox, the little tiger. The little white tiger would keep on shouting every day nonstop. Chun Xiang, after thinking, had realized that it was encouraged by Long Shui. However, the more they ate, the faster they grew. Chun Xiang would curse them a few times, but he still refined many hundred beasts Dan happily and gave it to them. Xiao Chou officially entering the extreme martial sect had shaken the entire Chimu mainland. After all, he was from the Herculean family, towering above the rest in strength. But what was simply unbelievable for the most was that Xiao Chou was Chun Xiang's apprentice. Although Chun Xiang was young, his strength was enough to become a teacher. So many still found it acceptable. Chun Xiang was now feeling a great deal of pressure, because Xiao Chou had made Chun Xiang his target. Furthermore, it was becoming very hard for him to raise his strength. If one day he, the teacher, was defeated by his student, he would become a laughing stock. Chun Xiang was not a freak like the Herculean family. That's why he had to put in more effort than Xiao Chou. Otherwise, he would be left behind. Now the guests from the other mainlands were quietly waiting for the hero, Semli, to convene. However, what made Chun Xiang feel surprised was that, during this period, the guests from other mainlands still continued to flow. What's the matter? Chun Xiang came to know from Lu Menger that Leng Yulan and Xue Xianxian were both in the vicinity of the extreme martial sect. He would run over to them and play with the two daily. Because the hero A.S. Semli was about to start, they continued to remain here. Lu Menger had already been aware of the proceedings with the Sacred Light Temple. She was surprised by how boldly Gu Dongchen dealt with it. That guy called Qin Zijuan might not have the confidence to make the extreme martial sect surrender. Lu Menger said, "Teacher, what will our divine weapon Heavenly Empire do?" Xue Xianxian asked in a worried tone. After she came to know the situation of Sacred Light Continent, she was furious. She did not want the Qinwu mainland to be the same. Unstable situation. Beansprout, hi guys, sorry for the late chapter. One more chapter might be coming today. And don't forget to check my Patreon page. Enjoy! Don't worry, we will not yield. In any case, the Qinwu mainland is a prominent continent in the Eastern Sea. We have a long history of martial arts. I'm sure Gu Dongchen will have some way to deal with this. As for the other sects, I don't know. Lu Menger smilingly said while caressing Xue Xianxian's hair. Ling Yulan held her giant sword firmly. Elder brother, you are really sly. When you were going to teach a lesson to those Sacred Light Temple guys, why did you not call me? Chun Xiang forcefully smiled and said, Yulan, where have I had the time to think of so much? In the future, if there is an opportunity, I will take you. The white hair beauty was one violent girl. If not for her having challenged too many people and satisfied her thirst, she would still be pestering Qin Xiang to spar with her. At present, occasionally, she would ask Qin Xiang to call Xiao Chou. But how could Qin Xiang dare to do so? Xiao Chou likes to fight too. Not to forget his ident. 1. Tai as a Herculean family member. He was someone with a one-track mind. He simply doesn't know any compa. Shaun for females. Qin Xiang was afraid that Leng Yulan would be seriously injured by him. Leng Yulan harumphed and said, If my Icewind Valley Dean surrenders to the Sacred Light Temple, I will break away from the Icewind Valley. I won't be a part of some spineless sect. Qin Xiang was secretly laughing because the Dean of Icewind Valley was Lu Menger, who was just right here. It was just that she was currently not aware of this fact. While speaking, Leng Yulan dragged Xue Xianxian to the backyard for sparring. Deep within her veins, the blood of a general was flowing. What made Qin Xiang a little difficult to understand was that Xue Xianxian would not actually feel tired. She would still happily accompany Leng Yulan. Sister Menger, why hasn't that seductress Hua Xiang Yue come yet. Qin Xiang, using his divine sense, asked Lu Menger as he sat down at the window, looking down at the courtyard as the two compared their respective palm techniques. I have already given herbs to her, and she says she will help me refine it. As for where she is, I have no idea. Lu Menger replied. These days, Qin Xiang had always been wanting to be intimate with her, yet she didn't dare to do so. After all, Shui Xianxian and Leng Yulan were both here. If they were found out, it would cause a big problem. Does she know that those herbs are mine? Qin Xiang asked. She knows, and at that time she was incredibly surprised. Furthermore, she was also jealous. Lu Menger smiled proudly because Qin Xiang gave them to her and not Hua Xianyue. Hua Xianyue was a formidable alchemist. According to Gu Dongqin, there are only a few alchemists of her caliber in the eastern seas. Moreover, a majority of them are quite old. So, Hua Xianyue has quite a bit reputation in the eastern seas. Even in the entire mortal world, her reputation is not insignificant. As for Lu Menger, she is only a little famous in the eastern seas. A high-level alchemist is better than refiner, because the refiners could only provide external help. As for alchemists, they could help one in their cultivation. Furthermore, they provide a great boost for Nirvana realm martial artists when they have to cross the Nirvana tribulation. For instance, even Lu Menger had to ask Hua Xianyue to help her refine Dawn. Sister Menger, that seductress Hua Xianyue wanted to become my maidservant, and when I refused her, she looked unhappy. Why is it so? Asked Qin Xiang. For this he had always been doubtful. Who knows? Only recently I came to know that she is Danxiang, Taiyuan's dean. She has always been very mysterious. Maybe she really likes you? A little jealousy could be detected in Lu Menger's tone. Realizing that she was a little jealous, Qin Xiang felt secretly proud. A lascivious smile appeared on his face. Sister Menger, goodbye. While speaking, his hand reached out to her charming, voluptuous S, and rubbed it before like a wind Russ. Plussing his way downstairs. Lu Menger could only helplessly stomp in shame. This little rascal is getting increasingly lewd. Lu Menger lightly spat, then continued observing Shui Xianxian and Leng Yulan's fight. Once Qin Xiang returned to the extreme martial sect, an elder immediately notified him to gather at the extreme martial mysterious realm. Every person inside was waiting for him. Although he was neither an elder nor extremely powerful, he had frequently saved extreme martial sect's honor. Now, he was considered as one of the important figures of the extreme martial sect. Not to mention his talent, he could certainly be groomed for the next candidate for dean's position. Almost everyone is here. Everybody's strength is above the 9th level of the true martial realm, and all of you has also been with the extreme martial sect for many years, said Gu Dongqin. The elder courtyard only had 40 or so people. All of them had strength above the 9th level of the true martial realm. The weakest of the bunch was still an extreme state martial artist, except for Qin Xiang. Tomorrow the hero A.S. Assembly is going to be held. There may be many unexpected surprises tomorrow. And if we assume the worst scenario, maybe the entire extreme martial sect will be in a state of complete chaos. After you leave, make sure the disciples of various martial courtyards have prepared themselves. Gu Dongqin's complexion turned grim. Everyone could not help but wonder. You have to pay attention to 3 points. First, tomorrow if some disciples want to leave the extreme martial sect, you are not allowed to stop them. You also don't need to say anything, just let them go. Second, if tomorrow's situation is very dire for the extreme martial sect, please remain calm. You cannot be in a mess. Third, when Gu Dongqin spoke till here, he paused with those pair of eagle eyes, scanned everyone. If some fighting took place until and unless I give any order, no one, and I mean no one, is allowed to take any action. Furthermore, you must evacuate the disciples to the extreme, martial, mysterious realm. As for the others, just let them be. Qin Xiang was taken aback. From Gu Dongqin's words, it appeared that the Sacred Light Temple was definitely going to wreck tomorrow's hero as Semli. After all, the Sacred Light Temple had almost unified the Eastern Seas. In other words, plenty of Nirvana realm martial artists is at the beck and call of the Sacred Light Temple, which for the extreme martial sect was downright unfavorable. More importantly, the extreme martial sect was just one sect. No matter how strong it will certainly be difficult to resist the entire Eastern Seas. Let me add one more thing. After the chief of various martial courtyard returns, immediately convene the extreme martial sect disciples. Make all the disciples below the 10th level of the mortal martial realm leave the extreme martial sect. Just make up any reason. Force them to leave. As for the 10th level mortal martial realm disciples, create a small team of them and ask them to wait at the entrance of the extreme martial mysterious realm. The martial artists below the extreme state are responsible for managing these 10th level mortal martial realm disciples. At the same time, they too will be waiting at the entrance of the extreme martial mysterious realm. Wu Kaming said. At this point, an old man asked, "Are just these many of us going to be partic? 1p aiding in the hero assembly?" At present, these people from the elder courtyard could be regarded as the strongest of the extreme martial sect. That's right, the place where the hero assembly is going to be held is limited. If everyone from the extreme martial sect went to attend the hero assembly, and if by chance many friends came to attend later, we will not have any PAC for them. Was someone going to be coming later? Chen Xiang was secretly surprised. He knew that martial artists from many powerful mainlands in Eastern Seas had not yet arrived. If the rest of them came tomorrow, that would make the hero assembly one grand event where all the powerful experts of Eastern Seas were gathered. However, what worried Chen Xiang was that all the various forces of the Eastern Seas had colluded with the Sacred Light Temple. If all of them allied together to launch an attack at the extreme martial sect, then how is the extreme martial sect going to deal with this? Chen Xiang was unable to imagine that Gu Dongqin would have any trick left. After all, at that time they would be facing a large crowd of fearsome Nirvana realm martial artists. And if all of them decided to launch an attack, the entire Qinwu mainland might very well be finished. No one had thought of how pressing the time would be. If said to retreat, then retreat. However, this was all Gu Dongqin's arrangement. Naturally, he must have his plan. Chen Xiang also didn't know where the hero assembly was going to be held. Obviously, it was not going to be inside the extreme martial sect, or else Gu Dongqin would not have said that SPAC was limited.